Greetings, investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. Our scenario is the Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, and it is one of our favorite scenarios to run. I'm your game master, and this is a 4-hour one-shot. Before we begin, I did want to thank all of our patrons for their support. We couldn't do it without you. It's been 7 years and 1,100 videos so far, and we are going strong. I've never charged people to play. I have never asked dues in our club. I have never monetized any of our videos. The only support comes from our generous friends. It may not seem like much, but $1 to a month really helps us a lot. Your support is deeply appreciated. Enough of that. Let's begin our journey into the darkness. It's an early March day in 1928. Still a bit of snow here and there in the shady places of Arkham, Massachusetts. 5 university professors are about to go on a journey together. They are headed for a conference in Ottawa, Canada, entitled Ancient Civilizations and Their Understanding of Time and Space. It is rumored that Niels Bohr will be there. You left that day early in the morning and headed towards Canada. The trip was going to take about 8 hours drive. You stopped at a diner for lunch in Lewis, New York, and you enjoyed a pleasant meal. What did you talk about when you were there? Or what are you talking about while you were there?
Well, are there any talks that anybody's looking forward to? It's an interesting conference. To introduce myself, I'm Carter Wilson, professor of psychology at Miskatonic.
I'm particularly interested in if they delve very deeply in the geological and geographical effects on cultural understandings and norms. There's completely different cultural paradigms in mountainous populations compared with deserts or maybe coastal civilizations. Really, your physical surroundings, I think, have one of the greatest effects on your culture, your society, technology, ways of thinking.
I will chime in for the sake of sort of being part of the group that I'm very excited for any examples of the written system that they may have identified in ancient civilizations. It being fascinating to see how the structure of the grammar and the use of iconography or symbolism can be reflective of the kinds of thought processes that people employed. But that's sort of what I'm saying just to fit in. What I really want to talk about is, boy, it's taking us 8 hours by car. I wonder how long it would take us by horse, especially like an Arabian charger or maybe, other varieties or some of the horses that you have in this country. That's really what I would prefer to talk about, but I'll talk about academics just to fit in.
I myself am very interested to see if this conference will have any sort of relics from said ancient civilizations. I mean, I am a history professor after all. I'd think I know it. I'd know a thing or two about these civilizations, but they seem to have slipped my mind.
As an anthropologist, I'm very interested to see if there are any talks on how culture's understanding of time plays a role in their society's development. Does it impact their religion, their religious practices? Things of that nature. I'm very interested in understanding how ideas come about and how they come into play in practice. So,
and I'm right with you there, Professor Donovan. I'm very interested to learn how the ancient man and woman thought, not necessarily for the same reasons as you. I'm more interested, as I'm sure you all read my paper that I've just published about the understanding of the ancient mind and how I really believe that myths and folklore, even of today, are repressed memories that are coming back from either our, ancestors or, our own memories. And so understanding how these our ancient ancestors thought, it would be very interesting to me on that.
Ah, yes, I do remember that paper, Carter. Excellent work on it, by the way.
Thank you. It was quite good, if I do say so myself. But
So as you guys are all sitting there, enjoying your meal, Professor Zanisser has spent a lot of time looking at his unfolded map, and finally he declares, I have found a shortcut that's going to cut about an hour off our trip. So with that, you pay for your meal and you all get back in the car and off you go.
I think I can spend a bit of time here.
It's now about 30 minutes later. The road you were on has had very little traffic. There are places where it gives way to dirt roads for a while, and then it becomes paved again. It's all fields and hills as far as you can see. You think you are heading in the general direction of Ottawa. The last big town that you were in was Lewis, where you had lunch. But at this point, you don't know if you are still in upstate New York or if you have crossed into Canada.
I apologize if I missed this. Who's driving?
Henry Zanisser, Professor Henry Zanisser. It's his car. What are you guys talking about in the car?
Well, it's pretty desolate out this part of the country.
Yes, I
I'm
was
glad
just
that
about
we
to say
stopped
the
at that
same.
gas station and picked up some extra fuel, because I haven't seen a gas station in quite a while.
You probably did that in Lewis.
Mhm.
Are you sure that this is a shortcut? I mean, not that I doubt your orienteering skills, but we seem to be out in the middle of nowhere. But
Well, by my estimation, even though the speed limits on these county roads that we're driving on are a little slower than the interstate, this is a much more direct route. So, I mean, if things keep going like this, no traffic, nothing out here, I think we'd shave off at least an hour.
Henry, how will we know when we are in Canada as opposed to America?
Well, some of the more traveled crossings, border crossings, you've got, you might have customs folks there, like if you're crossing at Niagara Falls or something like that. But sometimes with these more out of the way ones, there's really not much there. So sometimes it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of on us to know, that we're, in another country.
Oh, fascinating. I brought my passport just in case.
Yes. Well, hopefully we'll get out of this back road soon.
yes, I agree.
Professor Zanisser, do a luck roll. Oh, success. Okay, good. So as you're driving along, all of a sudden, the engine seems to sputter a bit. And the road is paved where you are, but it's old. It's an old paved road. The engine begins to knock. And after a couple of minutes, the engine starts to sputter. Your progress starts to become jerky, and it feels like there's something wrong with the car.
Oh dear.
Before anything too bad happens, I'm going to pull over, because I know that if you ignore these things, it can get you in even hotter water. Pull over and, well, boys, my engine wasn't misfiring when we left, so let me just check a few things. Manfred, can you get out and check the radiator, see if there's water in there? I'm gonna check to see if we didn't ding the oil pan or something like that and run out of oil.
And I'll help you double check the engine. I may not be 100% great with repairing this kind of thing, but I know my way around.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I'll step out, check the things that Henry tells me to take a look at, and will assure everyone that when I said I would rather be horseback riding, I was joking.
Well, that
Carter
might be an
and
option.
Professor Wilson, Professor Donovan, do a spot hidden.
Oh. No.
Hard success.
Okay. Carter, sitting there, they've gotten out of the car. They're starting to fiddle around with the engine. Something comes over you. You're like looking at this really sweet car that you've been driving in. It's actually a few years old, but it's in good condition. You lean forward. You're probably in the back seat. You lean forward up to the dash, and you look at the gas gauge. It looks like it's almost full. For some reason, you flick it with your finger, and when you do, it goes all the way to empty.
With that, I'll point it out to Professor Donovan. I think I found the problem, and I'll get out. Professor Zanisser, can you come here for a second?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't own a car myself, but I do believe that we need gas in order to run, and I'll point to the empty gauge.
Yeah, look, it's reading empty.
It appeared to be stuck. I tapped it a couple times, and it kind of flew back.
Oh, darn it. Boy, well, leave it to me to trust technology like that. I really should have verified it, double checked myself. Gosh. Do I have any gasoline left in the tank? No.
Well, it's showing empty, but you're pretty sure, you told the guy in Lewis to fill it up at the station.
Yeah, I
Did you
did.
not fill it up?
Yeah, I remember it. Well, I surely
You
paid
paid
for
him.
him to fill it
You
up.
paid for it.
Geez, yeah, I'm gonna get underneath. I don't smell gasoline, like a leak or anything anywhere.
You don't. Uh-oh.
Jeez.
Let me describe where you guys are. You're on this country road. It's old. You're out in the middle of the country. There are fields here and there around you that you've seen. Occasionally, you'll see a fence, probably to keep cattle in or something like that. There are stands of trees, though, on your right-hand side, here and there, like New England usually is. This is upstate New York. There are distant hills and mountains, but pretty much you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, gentlemen, this is certainly not a good thing.
Well, we've got a few options here. Pull out my big map again and try to. I don't know if they did mile marker posts back then.
Probably not, but not out here. You're not 100% sure where you are. You're definitely between Ottawa and Lewis, but there were a lot of little roads. You may have gotten off track somewhere. What are the rest of you doing while he's looking at the map?
Any houses that we've passed within maybe 1 or 2 miles, or homesteads or anything like that?
Not that you can recall. And it's probably, since it's been about a half an hour, it's probably 20 miles back to Lewis.
Ooh, you see any smoke in the air or anything like that that could indicate like a cabin or?
No, but do a spot hidden while you guys are looking around.
Yeah, success.
Okay. You get out onto the road and you sort of, try to cross it and move out into the field a little, and you're looking up and down the road. There's little patches of snow that are still in the shady parts of the woods. You think you can see in a stand of trees, maybe a quarter of a mile farther on, it looks like there is a large stone gate.
Well, gentlemen, if I'll point in that direction, looks, I mean, I could be wrong. It's kind of hard to see, but it looks like there was maybe a gate over there. Maybe there's a house over there that we could get some gas and, be on our way. Or maybe even, I don't know if they'd have a phone out here, but you never know.
Where at, Carter? I don't see it.
Kind of point in the general direction of
Yeah,
where
you
it
can
is.
see what at first might look like a bit of a rock formation, but then you're pretty sure it's like a stone arch.
Oh,
It's tucked into the trees a little bit.
good eye. I thought that was just a slab of granite.
Well,
I will point out that regretfully, we do not have our professor of geology with us.
well, he couldn't make it. He had plans.
Well, maybe we could see if anybody's home there, or ask for. I mean, I've got some money on me. Maybe if they have some gasoline, we could purchase it from them.
It's better than sitting in the cold, I guess.
Well then,
All right.
let's make haste.
So you guys you're gonna walk out that direction?
Yes.
All right. So you walk down the road. You leave your things in the car. You haven't seen anybody on the road, so it's not like there's somebody who's going to take your car. You have the keys, of course, with you. You go down towards the thing, and in fact, it is an archway leading into a property. It looks like a fairly wealthy property. The gate, there is a wrought iron gate in the center of the stone arch, and a large W in the center of each gate. You can see through the gate that there is a pathway that leads ahead of you and then splits. And then in the dead center, you can see there's a fairly decent looking house, two stories high with a cupola on top. Looks like a wealthy place. The property, looking through the gate, looks quite well maintained.
So is this gate locked?
It's not locked. It's closed.
Okay.
It's got the things that you lower the things into, but it can be opened very easily.
Gee, well, I hate to intrude, but I'm sure they'll understand once we explain the situation.
Yes.
Agreed.
This gate that we're standing at, does it look like a driveway?
It's
for
a driveway.
car? Okay.
Yes.
Does it look like that there have been any tire tracks in or out recently?
It's a gravel road going in, so you can't really see tire tracks. But yeah, there might be some ruts, a little bit of ruts.
Did you say there were lights in the house, or no?
Well, it's a ways away.
Okay.
It's a big property, and
Do we see-
it's only about, I'd say it's only about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Do we see any cars or maybe even like a barn or a garage that a car could be put into?
You think there might be other buildings, but you can't see until you actually walk down the path towards the house.
Okay.
Well, boys, let's just go knock on the front door and hope that somebody's home.
Agreed.
Right.
Interesting.
So you enter into the property, and to give you a sort of layout, which you can surmise by stepping in and walking along, the path goes off to your right and off to your left, or the road, and you're guessing that it makes a circle around the property. To your left-hand side, you can see what looks like a barn, like maybe even a horse barn that's there. To your right, you can see off in the distance on the path, looks like a marble mausoleum, like the kind of very wealthy person might have on their own property. And there are formal little gardens around, there's flowers blooming, and the house up ahead. I'll just give you that it is a 2-story Second Empire style topped with a cupola that's up ahead of you. It's white, and there's no light. You can't see if there's lights on. It's too early in the day still. The sun is shining. There also might be something around behind the house at the back circle, but you can't see that. The house is blocking it. All right, so you're going to go ahead.
What a lot of opulence for this far out from civilization.
Yes.
Well, it also, I guess, ups the chances that they'll have a car or at least, some gasoline.
Sure.
Would anyone mind if I called out?
By all means.
It's still quite a ways away.
I shall call out. Just in case there's, for example, someone in the barn, right? Just like tending to whatever, just someone on the grounds. And I imagine if the area is largely flat and the hills are in the distance, maybe the sound will travel. So I will just call out, hello, is there anyone here? I'm afraid our car has malfunctioned.
There is no response. But you can hear the bugs and the birds and the various country noises. So as you're approaching, there's a path heading towards the front door. It's a step, few steps up onto a porch that partly circumnavigates the house. It's a beautiful door, painted red, which is fairly typical in country areas. They like their red doors. I would like you to do a spot hidden, though, as you are approaching the house.
Nice. It's a hard success.
That's a regular
Hard
for
success.
me.
Yeah.
Okay, who got the hard successes? Albert. So as you're walking up, Albert suddenly grabs a hold of you as you're within 20 feet of the house. Albert, there is someone staring out the window, the porch window. The person looks like it's a man. He's as white as a sheet. White hair, pale white skin. He seems to be staring out the window at you. So he points that out to you all. You all
What is it,
freeze in
Albert?
your tracks.
There appears to be. Does he appear to be old?
It's hard to tell. It's he's
does
very strange looking, almost like I don't know, like a ghost. He's white.
He almost looks like an albino person, actually, with white hair and white, just completely white.
Oh yeah, I see him now. Oh, sir. Hello.
The man doesn't move.
Does it seem like he's within earshot? Like if I hollered, he
Well,
could
he's inside looking out the window. Yeah, he's 20 feet away from you.
Sir, could you come out here? We broke down on the side of the road.
Do a spot hidden for me, everybody.
Roll a 100.
That's a regular success.
That's a 3. That's an extreme.
Okay. David, Professor Ross, he suddenly starts laughing a bit, and he says, "It's not a man, it's a statue."
What?
Well, no, that man right there.
It's now that he says that, it's obviously not alive. It's a statue. It's inside that room, but it's looking out the window.
Yes, it's a marble statue. That's what it is.
It's a bust.
Well, there I am standing there hollering at a statue.
It will have a tough time healing us.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm going to have an even tougher time living that one down.
It's quite all right, Henry.
All right, so you proceed up onto the porch.
I'm going to rap on the door.
Yep.
You knock on the door, and there's a moment, and then you hear a man's voice. It says, I can't, you can open the door, it's not locked.
If that's okay with you, sir, sure.
Please, yes. If you're not familiar, the kitchen's actually in the back if you're making a delivery, but you can come through this way. You open the door?
Yeah, I'll open the door, but I'll explain to him right off that we're actually not here to make a delivery.
As you open the door, inside the foyer of this house, you see a man. He's formally dressed. You think butler. He's on a large step ladder, and he is dusting a big chandelier that's hanging from the top. As you walk in and he looks down, he's like, "Oh, you're not the greengrocer."
No, sir, no. It's actually somewhat of a more interesting story than that.
Let me climb down. He dusts himself off and climbs down. Are you here then for the party? You're a little early.
No, sir. We're actually, my name is Professor Henry Zonizer, and we're actually all professors at the Miskatonic University in Arkham, Massachusetts. And
I'm Jeremy Linwood, the butler.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Yes, go ahead, please.
We're making our way to an academic conference, actually, in Ottawa, Canada. Well, despite my diligence in trying to make sure, we actually ran out of gasoline on the way, just down at the road there, and we were.
Oh, how unfortunate for you.
Yes, yeah, quite. We thought we were making good time with a shortcut, but my gamble didn't pay off, and we ran out of gasoline. And I really hate to trouble you, sir, but I was wondering if you didn't have a few gallons of gasoline that we could purchase from you to make it to the next town.
Well, I'm not sure, actually. Yes, you're quite a ways from town. But please come inside. It's a bit chilly outside right now. Please come inside.
Bones?
Well, you've arrived at the Wayland estate. The master of the house is Augustus Wayland. He and his daughter live here. We're planning on having a formal get-together tonight with friends. I'll do my best to help you. I'm not sure if the Duesenberg has any gasoline out there in the barn, but we can certainly check. About that time, a woman dressed in like a housekeeper clothing, she comes around the corner and she says, "Oh, have the guests arrived?" And he turns and he says, "Oh, this is my wife, Rosemary. Together, the two of us have taken care of the Linwood house for 30 years now. Please, I'll inform Mr. Wayland, and we'll see what we can do for you. Make yourselves at home. Here's the parlor. Let me take you in there, and you can relax." Rosemary then asks you, "Is there anything I can get for you? Coffee, tea?"
Well, if it's not too much trouble, I would like a cup of coffee, just black, please.
Excellent.
Yeah, same.
Coffee as well.
Yes, please.
All right, I'll be right back. She turns and walks away. He leads you into the study, or the parlor. It's a pretty little parlor. There's obviously very expensive, the accoutrements that he has. There's a fireplace with a fire burning. There are comfortable looking chairs. There are a number of paintings on the walls. And you can see that the statue, which oddly is looking out the window, matches the large painting above the fireplace, who you assume is probably Wayland, Augustus Wayland. There are a number of other pictures. You see some smaller pictures. There's a picture of this man and a rather beautiful black-haired woman. She is obviously his wife. You then see them with a child. You see a picture of her by herself in her wedding gown, and that sort of thing. You see, there's a clock. There's various things to look at as you are in the room. What would you like to do? You're left alone for a few moments.
I'm just admiring the furnishings and the quality of the craftsmanship of the house and the art. And boy, they've really been very thoughtful laying this place out, don't you think?
Yes, it's very odd to find such a place of grandeur out here in, well, the middle of nowhere.
Yes, I'm very surprised, and I'd say we're lucky because we seem to have broke down in front of the only house for miles.
Seems that way.
Any books on the shelves? Any literature?
There are a couple of books on like a coffee table that's in the room. You look at them and they seem to be, they seem to have a lot to do with mythology, and specifically, it seems like there's a running theme between them of angels.
I'll wave Carter and Albert, my colleagues, over and say, see here, I think this is more along your lines of interest. No?
Yes. Very interesting. Are these any books that we have heard of?
Probably.
Okay.
You're from Miskatonic, so there's quite a lot of esoteric books at Miskatonic that you've seen, and these are amongst the ones that, of people studying world religions and so forth.
Interesting.
Rosemary then appears again, and she's got a tray with coffee and cream and sugar.
Oh, thank you,
if you
ma'am.
want it. She says, please,
Very
yes.
much.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Is Mr. Wayland here? We like to thank him as well for his generosity and hope that we're not too much of an imposition, especially since he's having a party.
She's like, well, my husband has gone to tell him your plight.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It all depends. They're preparing for tonight. It's a very important night. So he and Miss Whalen have been in preparations for quite some time for this event. And, they may be able to come and talk to you, at least for a few moments.
Okay. Yes, we certainly don't want to be a bother, especially if they've been planning this for a while.
If there is anything else you need, I am myself preparing in the kitchen, which is down the hallway, past the library, past the dining room. And, it's the last door at the end.
And by all means, ma'am, if the guests for the party begin to arrive, just let us know and we'll make ourselves scarce.
Of course. And with that, she leaves. Else, while you guys are alone for a few moments.
Can I take a look at this statue and
Sure.
I just want to kind of get an idea about, is it carved in a particular style, like Greek or a Roman style or a more modern style?
It from across the room, as you're looking at it, you're thinking that it's probably marble. But as you approach, there's something about it that is odd. The texture of it is odd. It's also facing away from you out of the window. When you touch it, you get the distinct feeling that it might actually be painted instead of marble. Do you want to try and turn it around to take a look?
Yeah, I want to be gentle with it. I don't want to break it, obviously, but can I go ahead?
Go ahead. It is exceedingly heavy, which surprises you. Marble would be heavy, but this is very heavy.
You need some help with that, Albert.
Yeah, I would appreciate some help. I'm trying to get this turned around. I'd like to look at it a little bit more, but I don't want to break it, obviously.
Here, I'll come give you a hand.
Thank you.
I will inconspicuously make my way over to the door and just keep an eye out if anyone is approaching while we're messing with their belongings.
Okay. In this case, Manfred, I would like you to do a spot hidden, and Albert, I would also like you and David to do a spot hidden.
Okay. It is,
We've got a hard success.
It's a
Okay.
regular success for me.
yeah, I got a
I'll get
regular
back to you in
success.
we'll get back to you in a moment then. Actually, I am going to type something to Manfred. The other two, as you are turning the statue around, it definitely does seem like Wayland, like Augustus, the same man in the picture. But there is something scratched into the tie that the statue is wearing.
David, what do you make of that? Is that a J and an M?
Not
Or
quite sure what this could be. It looks like perhaps CM?
ah, yes, CM.
What are you talking about?
I would like the two of you to do an occult roll. If you show it to the other people in the room, they can also do occult rolls.
Oh, I'm good at occult.
Didn't get it.
You
That is
pointed
a
out
hard
to
success.
Henry?
32 out of 65.
Okay.
Carter's just standing in the corner reading one of the books, oblivious to this all.
Did anybody get a hard in the occult?
I
Connor.
got a 32 out of 65.
There is something about the symbol when you look at it. It starts to remind you of something maybe you read esoterically at Miskatonic. Aleister Crowley was into occult and magic, and he's somebody you've looked through. It suddenly occurs to you that didn't he have a whole system of sigils and things based on magic squares? You're pretty sure you remember a bit of it, but you'd need one of his books in order to decipher it.
Professor Donovan, do you remember any of Albert Crowley's past work?
I remember a little bit of it.
I believe the symbol connects to that in some way.
Interesting.
Something about magic squares. But unfortunately, I don't remember everything.
It's kind of odd. Why would this statue of the owner have a magic carved into his necktie? That doesn't make any sense. I wonder if there's any books on the shelf by Aleister Crowley. He did have a very interesting selection.
Do a luck roll for me.
No.
Not in this room.
Albert, just listening to folks describing this symbol, it means nothing to me. Is it comparable at all to the W that we saw on the gate?
No.
I go back to looking out the door.
So Henry is hearing them talk about go from just looking at a statue of the owner of the property and then talking about Aleister Crowley. So Henry's interests are kind of piqued. He's dabbled a little bit in studying the esoteric, and he's like, all right, why are you guys talking about Crowley? This is just a statue.
Yes, but the symbol where his tie meets his neck, do you see that?
Yeah, I do. So you think that has something to do with, if I remember correctly, Crowley was in studying or involved in, like, he would take words and something, jumbling them up, and it was supposed to have some hoodoo power.
Yes. I do believe that this symbol specifically relates to his work with magic circles, but I'm not 100% sure.
Carter will wander over at this point and kind of look at it. Are you sure it's just not the artist's initials?
I suppose it could be, but normally they put initials low down, I believe, like near the feet of a.
That is true.
Or if this is a bust, it would be at the base of the bust.
So those of you who are wondering on this, you can do a knowledge roll, an intelligence roll. Or education would be education and knowledge.
Right. Education. Here we go.
Is that all of us?
Yeah, you're all kind of looking at it.
I just barely passed.
That's a 55.
Professor Wilson, as you are looking at this, it occurs to you that Albert has described the statue as extremely heavy. You go over to the statue and attempt yourself to move it a bit and realize that it is extremely heavy. You think it's made out of lead.
Oh, yes.
In which case, if it's Aleister Crowley's stuff, lead, the symbol for lead is also the symbol for Saturn.
Okay. So I'll kind of rap on it and probably hear then a metallic, at least clang or something similar to that.
Yeah, it's pretty dead sounding when you hit it because it's lead. It doesn't vibrate much.
Yeah, I don't believe this is stone, gentlemen. I think this might be lead. And since you're talking about Crowley and all of that, I could be wrong. But when I was doing my studies for my paper, I did read some of his stuff, and I think that the same symbol for lead is the symbol for Saturn. I don't know if that has anything to do with this, but it's very interesting that you're making the connection between the symbol in Crowley and lead and all of this. Is the statue on like a pedestal, or is it like
it's
one big? Okay,
yes.
And the pedestal is not made of lead. The pedestal is like I don't know, stone or wood or something.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And as you guys are going over this, you hear Jeremy Linwood, the butler. He says, "Yes, sir, they're right in here." And
Quickly,
Jeremy comes around the corner, and following him is the spitting image of the man in the painting, the bust. He looks a bit older. He's got a lot of gray in his beard, but there's still a little bit of black in there. He comes around the corner. He's in a suit, a very nicely tailored suit. He obviously has money. He comes around the corner and he says, gentlemen, Jeremiah has told me of your difficulties. How can we help?
Yes.
Well, we broke down just outside your house there on the road, on that county road, and we've run out of gasoline, so I don't think it's a mechanical issue. I don't suppose that you would keep a few gallons spare of gasoline in the shed, or?
Well, there might be. The Duesenberg is out in the barn. We haven't used it for a while. We tend to have our food and things delivered. So it's been sitting out there for a while, but if we have any, you're certainly welcome to it.
Sure, but first things first, where have my manners gone? My name is Henry Zahniser, Professor Henry Zahniser of Miskatonic.
Very nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. These are my friends, also professors.
All from Miskatonic.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
I studied there for quite a few years, and so has my daughter.
Oh, geez, I'm surprised that, well, it depends on when you were there, that we might have been sharing the same grounds.
Well, for me, it was years ago, but yes. Well, Jeremiah can accompany you. He can show you what you need. At the very least, you could, well, I suppose we could call the garage in Lewis and have them bring some out.
Yes, if that's what we need to do, and of course, if you're all right with us waiting here until they arrive, I don't want to be in a position. I know that you have a get together tonight.
You're welcome in my house. Your people in need. That's always been something that I've strived. People in need to be helped, so I'm here to help you. Yes, we're having a very special celebration this evening. My daughter is about to begin a. Do you know anything about medieval magic?
Suppose it depends in what context.
Have you ever heard of the Abrameline operation? Obviously, you haven't. Abramelin was a 15th century. Abraham of Worms was a 15th century scholar, and he was apparently taught magic by the Grand Mage Abramelin. He wrote a book, and there is a lengthy ritual that is described in the book. I myself have attempted it. My daughter is going to attempt it, to begin it tonight. It takes 18 months.
May I ask to what end?
Yes, it's supposedly, if it's completed in good faith and completely, it allows one to commune with one's guardian angel. And the guardian angel will then reveal secrets of the universe, including the ability to bind and keep demons and to force them into subservience. Stuff like you might encounter in the Key of Solomon, which I have a very large collection of texts on the subject, which while you're here, you're free to look through. The library is just the next room over. If you're really interested, you could stay, and there's nothing to do. We're going to have dinner. We're going to have guests over. My daughter will begin the operation at midnight. The upper floors of the house have been prepared specifically for this. She's going to have to be sequestered for 18 months. Her diet and things that she does are highly regulated by the things, her prayers. It's a ritual that she follows, but she can't be disturbed during the ritual. It's somewhat grueling.
Carter probably has a little bit of a skeptical look on his face. Can I make a psychology roll to see if he really believes this or if he's pulling our leg?
Sure.
No, I really failed that one.
He seems to know what he's talking about.
All right.
Sounds very much like Goethe, Faust, binding things and making.
Well, in this case, you don't want to make a deal with the devil. That would be disastrous. You don't want to summon up demons and then have them running wild.
You're right, sir.
Yes.
So, 18 months. You must be very committed.
You must be extremely committed. I failed. I did attempt it, and I was not able to do it. I don't know why. I don't know if I was somehow impure or somehow unacceptable. But my daughter has now studied almost as much as I have, and she is ready to attempt it for herself.
How did you come across this ritual and your interest in it? It seems almost a religious belief, the fervor with which you approach this.
Well, it was, I became very interested in the occult. I guess not to be too personal, but my wife passed away some years ago. And I hoped to understand if there was something more than, do we go somewhere when we die? I mean, we've all been raised with Western theology, and we've always wondered. I wanted to know, so I figured I would attempt. I studied, I learned. I actually made terrible mistakes. The book is entirely written in German. But there have been a number of mistranslations of the original text. It was written by Abraham of Worms was a Jewish fellow, Jewish mystic. So some of the book was originally written in Hebrew, and the original translation that I obtained mistranslated a number of things, including the amount of time that one has to spend. Told me 6 months. So after 6 months, it didn't work. I have money, so I searched. I put out the word amongst book collectors and rare dealers to see if I could find an older copy. And in fact, I did, but still it didn't work. And so my daughter's going to try it. So she's going to be sequestered for 18 months. She'll receive food, of course, but not directly touched by any other human being while she's doing this. You'll meet her at dinner. She's a lovely person. In any case, I do have to get back. I am in preparation. Please
Yes,
enjoy our hospitality. If you need anything, Rosemary can help you. Jeremiah can help you. And feel free to wander. Our house is your house. Stay upstairs. As I say, it's been ritualistically prepared for the events.
I will proffer that while I do not have much occasion these days to speak my native language, to the extent I can repay your very kind assistance here, please do let me know. And having lost many people I have held dear myself, I'm very sympathetic. And then whenever I have an opportunity, I will also take Mr. Linwood aside and just suggest that he look at the chandelier, because the wiring looks, I don't want to be too forward, but it's important to catch these things, and he may want to take a look at it.
All right. He's at your disposal.
Regard, I may not be fluent in Hebrew, but I do know a little bit. If you would like me to take a look.
Well, the original text, the incorrectly translated, and mostly it's translated well, but it's a ritual that if you perform it incorrectly, it's incorrect. So it didn't work. That text is actually in the library. You should be able to find it. Please help yourself.
Thank you.
And he turns around and walks away, and Jeremiah is like, gentlemen, is there anything we can get you? You need? Oh, the gasoline. I can go and check in the Duesenberg. Would somebody like to come with me? I'm afraid I don't know that much about cars.
Sure, I'll join you.
If it's okay, I'll go with you as well, Henry.
Okay, so Henry, Carter, and Jeremiah will go out to the car. What do the other ones want to do?
Well, quite frankly, gentlemen, I believe my curiosity is piqued. I must have a look at this book.
Yes, I am incredibly fascinated by this whole story and what they are doing here. This is fascinating how they developed this interest. Yes, yes.
And seeing Mr. Crowley's work here has definitely deepened my curiosity.
Why would you make a complete bust out of lead? It seems odd.
Well, let's check the library. Perhaps we can find more there. Either Mr. Crowley's work or this book we've been hearing so much about.
I shall join you in that, especially on the promise of perhaps reading something in my native tongue. But I am curious: is this level of spirituality normal in this country? I am a little surprised by it.
To my understanding, not really.
Well, I do believe that there are certain groups that have very strong beliefs, although they tend to be very Christian in their orientation. This is very different, and I've yet to come across someone or a group of someone's who take an interest in this kind of very obscure religious practices.
Well, in any event, please mind the chandelier. I alerted the butler, but the wiring seems off, although it seemingly is functioning just fine. But perhaps take a way around, just in case.
Very well.
All right. So Henry and Carter, you guys head out the front door with Jeremiah, and right behind you coming out of the room is David and Manfred and Albert. And when Manfred points out the chandelier, Albert and David, you're looking up at it. It's a beautiful crystal chandelier. It's got the little flame-shaped light bulbs all throughout that are glowing brightly. But the wire that usually goes up through the middle of the chandelier to the ceiling, there's a chain holding the chandelier up. It's broken. It's frayed. It's not attached to the ceiling. The light bulb shouldn't be working.
Maybe.
There is a switch on the wall nearby.
There's other people. Jeremiah is right with us, right?
Yeah. Well, you guys have already gone out the front door.
Oh, I see.
I'll flip the switch.
You flip the switch and the light turns off.
Must be some kind of hidden wiring. Flip it back on.
You flip it back on, it turns back on. But the more you look at it, you don't see where you could hide any wiring.
Uncanny.
So where, if you're going to stand there, are you going to head somewhere else?
The library, I think, is where Professors Ross, Donovan, and myself were proceeding.
Okay, so the three of you heading towards the library. Henry and Carter and Jeremiah, you step out of the house, and he says, "This way, gentlemen." Of course, you can see there's the barn up ahead. It's on the path. I would like you to do spot hiddens for me.
99.
I got a regular success.
Okay. By the way, we do have the policy that you can spend as much luck as you want in this game. All right, Henry, you notice as you are coming down the porch and heading around the side of the house that there seems to be a small pit. You can see that there is a kitchen door leading into the house and a small path that goes around the house and goes to that door as well. But just outside of that door, maybe 10 feet into what would have been lawn, there seems to be a pit. The pit is about, you'd guess 4 feet across. It's been dug out of the ground, and it seems to be filled with what look like ashes. But you're walking.
Sure.
As we're walking, well, I'll ask Jeremiah, Augustus's daughter. I apologize. I didn't catch her name.
Miss Veronica.
Miss Veronica, yes. And so, I mean, to your knowledge, she's a willing participant in all of this. It seems that not many people would be willing to sequester themselves away for a year and a half.
Well, from what I understand it, one has to be a willing participant.
Okay.
She's going to be alone. She has a whole long list from morning to evening of things that she has to do, prayers she has to recite, rituals she has to go through, all in the supposedly to purify the person, to make them worthy of summoning their angel.
Interesting. Well, I suppose it's not too much different from monks that would go into solitary living to get themselves closer to God. I apologize. I don't mean to offend you or Mr. Wayland or Veronica. It's just quite unusual to hear it, I suppose.
I don't really know that much about it. We are going to stay on for a week or so after she begins tonight. And then Mr. Wayland has decided to send us on vacation, like the last time when he performed the ritual. He sent us off on a very nice vacation. We spent 18 months touring the East Coast and visiting family and friends. It was quite nice. When we came back, of course, he had apparently failed. He was quite upset, but I mean, no more so than he was glad to see us. We got the house back in order and everything. But yes, he's a very generous man. So as you guys are walking towards the barn, you now can see that there is something else on the property directly behind the house, still on that circle of paving that goes around. It looks like an old well. It's large, it's made out of stone, and there's a little cupola thing over the top of it, You can see that there is a rope going down into it. He then leads you to the barn, and indeed, you're thinking that at some point in time it was probably a horse barn. He opens up the door, and just inside the door is a beautiful Duesenberg, very expensive car, with all the beautiful, almost, I don't know, it's not like I don't know how close to a Rolls Royce it is, but same idea. Beautiful car. It's a little dusty. It's been in here for a while. In addition, there is a work table. There are a number of tools, things that you'd expect, like for gardening, shovel, a pick, whatever you can think of, a saw, plus a few mechanical things for keeping the car in good working order. And in the back, you can see that there are a number of gas cans that are there. That part of the barn towards the back opens up into the rest of the barn, which you're thinking as you approached is partitioned maybe into 3 horse stalls that are there. But once you're in this room, you're kind of enclosed except for the back where it opens up. Well, here she is. I don't know if she has gasoline in her any longer, but you're welcome to anything that we have.
This is a beautiful vehicle, sir.
Well, indeed, it's been a long time since we've used it.
Well, I think before we go to potentially siphoning the gas out of your vehicle, I see some cans back there. Maybe they might have some gasoline in it. And of course, I would compensate you for the trouble.
Oh, that's not necessary, sir.
Well, let's have a look. I'm going to go and start one by one lifting them up.
You go back to the cans and start lifting them up, and they seem completely empty.
Oh, well. It was worth a try.
I would like you, Henry, to do a spot hidden.
Sure.
As Henry's back there, Carter's just gonna, I guess, kind of be looking around the room, probably glancing in the car, curious at it, and so on.
Yeah, beautiful car.
I got a success, regular.
Got a success. Carter, as you are looking at the car, you can see that there is a layer of dust on top. It obviously hasn't gone out in a while, but otherwise it's in a pretty good condition. Henry, as you are looking at the gas cans and you've picked up the last one and set it back down, you turn, and something something catches your eye, the corner. And as you turn to your left, you're looking into the other part of the barn, and something in there moves. It's dark in there. It's not completely dark because there's light coming through the cracks of the boards and stuff, but something moves in there, something kind of close to the ground. And all of a sudden, what you see is this. You think it's a person. You think it's hunched over. It's covered in rags, strange looking rags, like the rags were at one point white. It has long black snaggly hair, and it starts to move in your direction, and you can hear it growling.
Jeremiah, who have you got back here? There's somebody in
Sir?
the barn.
I will look back
Don't
too.
know what you're talking about.
There's a man there.
All of a sudden, this person leaps up and starts heading towards you, Henry, and you think that it is a woman. And as she runs towards you, her mouth opens and she's got horrible, nasty fangs and teeth in her mouth, and she's running to leap for you. You can do a sanity roll.
Okay.
As soon as Henry starts, saying this, Carter will glance his direction. Can he see anything?
You can hear something, but whatever he's looking at is around the corner in the barn.
Okay.
So that's a success. And as a reaction to this, I'm imagining these gas cans are on like a workbench or a shelf or something.
They're actually stacked up. So
okay. Is there some sort of a table or something that I could just tip over just to get in the way so I could run back?
There is a large wooden work table, but it is part of the structure itself. So yeah.
Okay. In that case,
how did you do on your sanity roll?
I got a 51 under 55.
Okay. I'd say, you don't suffer any, well, you maybe take one point of sanity damage, but you back up quickly. You hit the cans. The cans all come tumbling down, making quite a noise as this thing leaps at you, and you fall, but then there's nothing there. Carter, you can hear something growling, and it sounds like it's running across the ground, but then it suddenly isn't there. And Henry doesn't seem to have, Jeremiah doesn't seem to have any reaction at all, except he suddenly is like, "Oh, sir, you've fallen." And he heads towards you to pick you up.
So as he approaches me, I'm definitely still panicking. Get it away, get it off.
Henry,
are you all right, sir?
It's okay. There's nothing there.
No, there was a woman in rags. She lunged towards me. It was horrible.
Looking around, don't see anything close to that,
No,
or
she couldn't have gone far.
You sure it wasn't an animal? I heard a growling or something like that. It could have been, a raccoon or something like that. We are in the woods.
No, Carter, no. This was a woman. She was wearing rags, and she bared her teeth at me. They were a horrible maw of rotting teeth and diseased gums, and she lunged at me. I know it.
From where?
From just in this other this compartment, this stall here.
All right. Carter will start walking down that direction to see if he can see anything.
Be careful.
Professor Zanisu, you seem to be very upset about this. Perhaps a trick of the light. Did you find any gasoline?
No, I didn't. The cans are empty.
Professor Wilson, as you turn the corner, it seems like an empty barn.
There's nothing here, Henry. It's been a long day.
Perhaps
I'm sure it was just an animal or something.
I think I need to go sit down for a moment.
Yes, let's go back inside.
Well, let's go back and yes, let's go back. We can call the place in town and have them bring out some gasoline.
Before we go back inside, Carter is going to look at the gas gauge on the car, assuming it has one, just to see if it shows what it is. I don't know if a car that old would automatically show it, or if it's like new cars where you have to turn it on to see it, or.
When you look, it's on empty.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Henry, let's go back and get you something to drink.
Yeah, as we're walking back to the estate, we'll be walking a little bit slower. Maybe Jeremiah gets a little ahead of us. Carter, I know what I saw. She was there.
Well, I believe you saw something. I heard a growling or something like that, but I didn't see anything.
It was a woman. She was wearing rags. Horrible, horrible woman.
You know, the story that Mr. Wayland told, you know, that could be affecting you as well. It's, don't get me wrong, I think is very suspicious or unusual, you know, what's going on here. What, to me, it's, he's displaying classic signs of, you know, of a loss and trying to find a reason for it, but I wouldn't think that it would affect you like that. I mean,
Are you sure you didn't see her run
No.
off into the night?
I looked back in that area too and didn't see anything. It didn't look like anybody had been living there or, you know, anything like that. So look, I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just telling you I didn't see anything.
I know I sound crazy. I saw her crawling around in there, and I looked closer to make sure that I wasn't being deceived, and she saw me and she went after me. I don't think I was mistaken. I really don't.
All right, well, let's go in and get warmed up and get your drink, and I'm sure you'll feel better.
Good idea.
All right, so you guys are walking back towards the house. Professors Ross, Mayer, and Donovan, you are all in the library. It's a beautiful library. There is it's pretty much wall-to-wall books going floor to ceiling. There is a large podium with the shape of an eagle, you know, carved into it. There is a large book that's on the podium. There are also a number of other books scattered around. It looks like there is a Quran, there's a Bhagavad Gita, other religious texts such as this, plus libraries. You guys can all do spot hiddens.
Yep.
That's an 08.
Okay.
Nice.
One of the books that is on a shelf and amidst the others is obviously written in German, in an old German font, and you're pretty sure that that is the Book of Abrameline, which has been described. Also, over the mantelpiece on this fireplace, there is a large woodcut that looks like this.
What an odd carving.
It appears to be somebody in ceremonial robes and the sun and the moon. And
would that mean anything to us from our respective traditions in the occult or history or yeah?
do an occult roll.
Okay.
Nope.
765.
You think that that's maybe this Archmage Abramelin. The more you're hearing the name, the more it's starting to sound like something that has come up in, you know, Miskatonic studies of esoteric books. And in fact, there is the book on the shelf. What would you guys want to do?
Colleagues, if you will permit me, I would have us study this text.
Yes, and I'll check the book on the podium. Perhaps that is the Hebrew translation.
Excellent.
As Professor Ross is heading towards the podium, Albert, do a spot hidden for me again. There's a lot of spot hiddens in this game.
Okay. No.
Okay. So let's do David first. Professor Ross, you go over and it is a large old Bible that's on the podium, and it has a number of pages marked in it with ribbons.
What language is it written in?
It's in English.
Got it. I think Professor Ross will just flip through to some of these marked pages and read what they are about.
Okay. The first one that you come to marks this passage. If you would read that for us.
Genesis chapter 3, 22. And as the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. 23. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. And 24. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned everything away, to keep the way of the tree of life. The story of Adam and Eve. How quaint.
The second one that you find is a bit longer, that's been marked. It is this.
Ezekiel Chapter 1. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the flame, fire. Oops. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and was their appearance, they had the likeness of a man. And every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides, and they 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went, and they went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man, and the face of a lion on the right side, and they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their ways were stretched upward. 2 wings for every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward, whither the Spirit was to go, they went, and they turned not when they went.
Albert, as he's reading this, you're probably looking in his direction. You notice that the podium that he is reading this on also seems to have a sigil carved into it, which you see on the chest of the bird.
Interesting. David, come look at this. Here's another one of those sigils carved.
Let me see. Oh, yes,
You
I
see it there. You look around for Aleister Crowley's book and find it. It's actually laying on the table. Now, when you open up the book and start looking through it, a lot of this comes back to you because it's like basic. People who study Aleister Crowley, this is a big part of the whole thing.
Medieval Metaphysics 101.
Right. There are magic squares, which Crowley refers to as kamiya. And the kamiya are always associated with a particular element or planetary body, a spiritual body. The one in particular that suddenly comes to mind is the kamiya for Saturn, or the kamiya for lead, since you've seen this lead. This is the magic square for lead, the kamiya for Saturn. And the numbers always add up to the same number, no matter which direction you go. He then creates a chart underneath it with the letters of the alphabet and the numbers. So I'll give you an example of how you create a sigil. It's like this. If our sigil was going to be the word wet, You start with a circle, which here is in the middle, and that corresponds to the letter W. It then moves into the same letter again, which is also the letter for E. And then it finally ends in the letter T, which is a 2. So this sigil becomes the sigil for wet. Now, looking at the sigil that is on the podium, and with what I told you, you should be able to figure out what it is the sigil of. It starts with the circle, moves from there. That's what you need the paper and pen for.
Oh boy.
The first puzzle.
Okay.
So just a quick question about that. Is it, since it starts there on the 7, it could start with either G, P, or Y?
That is correct. Do you want me to help you out?
I think I've got it.
What's your guess?
Are we comfortable with guesses at this point? My guess then is prison.
Prison is correct.
It only took me about 2 hours longer than Henry would have taken.
Oh, I forgot there was an S at the bottom of 1.
Yes, it's the Camilla for prison.
And now you cut back to the stream, Tom, and only 10 seconds have passed, and we all figured it out that quickly.
Every time I've run this, people have gone, my God, how did they solve that so quickly?
That's right. We're professors.
All right, so Manfred, you have pulled down the book from the shelf. While you guys were busy doing that, you were thumbing through the book. So I'm going to give you information on the book and the cover. You're not actually reading the book. It's a big fat book. So this is what the book looks like. We'll say right about this time, the other two have come into the house, and Henry I keep saying Henry. Jeremiah has said, "Oh, I see, they're in here," and he brings you over and reunites you.
Ah, Henry, Carter, there you are. Any luck in the barn?
Sadly, no. And I think Henry had a little bit of a scare. Henry, sit down. Jeremiah, do you mind? Do you have like sherry or something a bit stronger that we could get?
I'm sorry.
A drink.
Just sherry?
A drink. There's a whiskey or alcohol. If not, that's fine.
I'm not sure. Let me go check. And he turns around and walks away.
So Henry,
you guys are in there all by yourselves for a moment. And Manfred, yeah, you sat down. Manfred is perusing this book, and he then shares this information with you.
The Book of Abrameline is a 15th century grimoire written by Abraham of Worms, born circa 1392, died circa 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is a long and complex ritual known as the Abrameline operation, named after Abramelin the mage who taught it to Abraham. It allows magicians to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel. Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have a negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers. For example, premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, and so forth. The text advises these powers are only to be used where there is a true need for them. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage is divided into 3 books. Book 1 is a letter from Abraham to his son Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the veritable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages and ultimately to him by Abramelin the Mage. Book 2 contains the very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Abramelin operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in a precisely constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers that each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has commuted with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic made the book popular with occultists of the period, but it also developed a reputation as being dangerous. Because it detailed how to bind demons, some believed that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it therefore put owners of the book in danger. And I like that they have the German title there, Das Buch der Heiligen Magie von Abramelin der Magier.
And also, Professor Meyer, the cover of the book, you notice that it's very odd because the magic square that's there with the letters in it, it says the same thing in all directions, which is Satur arepo tenet opera rotas. You know Latin? Do you have a Latin skill?
I believe I do, Keeper. How do I access? Oh, exit full screen. Here we are.
It's one of your languages, I think.
Let us see here. Shall I give it a roll?
Sure.
We have, it's a regular success on Latin, 50 out of 75.
Okay. You find that the Latin is somewhat difficult. You're trying to put it together in your mind. It goes, the word sator, it has a number of meanings. It could mean, it's almost literally meaning seeder, the person who puts the seeds in the soil, planter, but it could also mean like progenitor, or the one who creates. Arepo seems very obscure. You're not sure what that means. Tenet is to keep, to comprehend, to understand, to know. Opera is work or labor. And then rotas is wheel. So putting this together in all different directions, it comes out to something like the seeder, the progenitor, plows and comprehends his labor with machinery or wheels, or better yet, the creator plows his field with machinery that only he comprehends. It seems very strange and very mystical.
At this stage, everyone may think me a little strange because I've been sort of narrating as I've been going through this book once everyone is there and kind of thinking all of this out loud so that everyone is caught up.
Say, this is some of the strangest text I have ever come across.
I have a bad feeling about all this. I was just out in the barn with Carter. We were looking for gasoline for the car, and in one of the stalls in the barn, there was hay on the ground. It didn't look like any animals had really been in there for a while, but I heard something moving in there, and I got a closer look, and there was something in there, and it turned out to be a woman dressed in rags. She was half wild, and she started growling at me, and she lunged towards me, and I tumbled over the gas cans and fell to the ground, and when I opened my eyes, she was gone. And well, Carter didn't really see anything, and Jeremiah certainly didn't see anything, but it was there. All this stuff has given me a bad feeling down in the pit of my stomach.
Oh, Henry, my dear friend, There's no such thing as ghosts. You must learn to relax yourself, my good man.
I don't know.
Professor Sanister. Oh, sorry.
Maybe it's my rustic upbringing, but I could never quite fully shake a little bit of the superstitious out of my bones.
Professor Sanister, do a intelligence roll.
That's an extreme success.
All of you guys are, looking at Professor Sanister as he says this, and suddenly his eyes light up, first with a kind of recognition, and then with a kind of genuine horror, as Professor Sanister, you realize that you've seen that face before in the picture in the other room.
So his wife?
You think that, oh my God, it's his wife.
Hold on.
You might have to run over there to take a look at it, just to make
you can
sure.
See Henry's thinking about something, and he might have somewhat rudely cut whoever was talking off. Hold on. I'll be right back. He runs down the hallway to the parlor. I'm going to check that painting.
And indeed, except for the fact that it almost looked monstrous, the black hair, the sort of physical features in the face.
So Henry is going to run then back to the library to tie in with his friends and close the door behind him, looking through the hallway before he does it. Boys, that woman I saw, I kicked it from my mind because I didn't want to think about it, but now that I've got time to collect myself, I thought about it. That woman I saw in the barn, she's his wife. She's Augustus's wife. That's who I saw in the barn. I crossed my heart and hoped to die. That was Augustus's wife.
See, Henry, this explains it. You saw her image, and then when we were in where we were going to get gas, which you're obviously feeling guilty about your car running out of gas, you're just projecting into it. His wife is dead. They told us his wife is dead, so you couldn't have seen her. It's a trick of your mind. I'm a psychologist. I know this. It's just your mind playing tricks on you from the guilt and the stress of the day.
Let's Carter, with all of
Augustus
with
could
all
have
of
been
this,
lying. Anybody
Unless-
could lie about something they wanted to hide.
unless Carter, with all of this occultishness going on out in these woods, there are ghosts on the prowl.
Now, you don't actually believe all of this, do you? I mean,
Oh, of course I don't believe in ghosts.
That's not funny, David.
Now, this seems not useful to any of us, if I may. In order to give appropriate credence to Henry's vision or sighting, perhaps we will simply agree to only travel in pairs, just in case there is some person from the rural communities around here stalking the grounds. Best to be safe. We don't know the area.
I mean,
I think it's very sensible.
think
Very
about it.
true.
Locking someone away for a year and a half. Who would want to do that? And listen, all this stuff, he laid it out right for us. He's doing all this wacky stuff. I mean, he's messing with some pretty dangerous things, in my opinion. And I don't think it's far-fetched that he would lie about his wife. Yeah, she passed away. No, it's because I have her locked out in the barn.
Well, there was a mausoleum out there as well, or something that looked like one from a distance. Perhaps Henry, yourself and myself, or anyone else could take a look at it, and, perhaps that will solve this mystery, if it is an empty grave indeed.
Certainly you're not talking about grave robbing, right? You're just going to look, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
What would you think, Carter, that I would do?
I don't believe that you would, but paranoia has gotten the better of me, so.
Well, all the more reason for all of us to travel in pairs. Now,
Right.
Who would like to go explore a mausoleum, at least from the outside?
I have a lot of experiences with these kinds of things, so I'd be happy to do that.
You honor me, Albert. Very good.
Carter, before I forget, did you see that pit outside the kitchen?
No, I didn't.
I kind of forgot about it. So many other things had happened, but we were walking out to the barn, and there was about outside the kitchen door. There was a pit, maybe 3-4 feet wide, and it was full of ashes or something. I don't know. I've never seen something like that before, and my imagination could be getting the best of me. But
I saw a well out back. That's not what you're talking about, right? You're talking about something else?
Well, I remember the well. It was just outside where the kitchen is, but on the outside, on the grounds, there was a 4-foot wide pit full of ash.
Henry, you will be familiar with this from your own upbringing. That is surely simply for the ashes from the oven and the stove when the wood burns.
It could be that, though. Honestly, we used it to throw in with the fertilizer, but yeah.
Well,
as you guys are sitting there, there's a light knock on the door since you closed it, and it opens. Jeremiah is there, and he says, I'm sorry to disturb you, gentlemen. Is everything all right?
no worries, Jeremiah. My colleague here, Henry, has just spooked himself a bit too much today.
Oh, yes, I saw that. He was quite startled by something. I'm sure it's just the stress of your predicament with the car and so forth.
Mr. Linwood, is it the case that the structure out to the right of the building when you approach it, is that some kind of memorial, or what is that?
It's the family mausoleum. Yes.
Ah, I see. Would you mind if we walked the grounds?
No, please. Please make yourself comfortable. Our guests should be arriving soon. Don't mind them. You may all get along smashingly. Oh dear, I did forget we were going to call, weren't we?
Yes.
I'm afraid we've been so busy with things, it slipped my mind.
It's quite all right.
I'll make that call right now.
Thank you.
And I think at the appropriate moment, Albert and I will head off to the mausoleum.
Okay. So Albert and you are going to the mausoleum. What are the rest of you going to do?
David, what do you have going on in here? What have you found?
Well, on the pedestal here, there's a Bible with a few verses picked and chosen. There also, we've found a book on Alice's work. We've been able to decipher a few of these symbols. The one on the eagle, for example, I believe it means prison.
Just like Augustus has his wife imprisoned out back in the shed.
That's a bit of a stretch. Henry, you need to calm down.
I know what I saw.
I believe you. Please, like I said, I believe you saw something. I told you I heard something. I heard a growling, but that could have been an animal. It could have been, it could have been anything. So let's not jump to conclusions that our guests, who are being very kind to us and calling for somebody to come out and give us gas, are hiding somebody in a mausoleum.
I don't know what kind of animal in upstate New York has, besides a person, walks on 2 legs and wears clothing.
Again, I'm not sure. Let's, is there a fireplace in here, or is
there is?
Okay. Let's just sit, warm up. It is quite chilly outside. Is it about what time of day is it? Is it starting to get dark, or is it still light out?
No, it's still fairly light outside.
Okay.
It's afternoon.
It looks like we're going to be here for a couple hours anyways. We'll probably be enjoying dinner, so it probably makes sense for us to just relax for a little bit.
Sure.
I know. How about we take this new information about magic squares and we look at that statue we were so interested in the parlor? That will get your mind off of these things you're seeing.
Yes, that's
Or maybe
a good
focus
idea.
on a good puzzle.
It's a good distraction.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who's going to the mausoleum? Oh, okay, now Fred. Oh, okay. So at this moment, you are all still in the room. So Manfred and Albert are going to get ready and leave when David points out that there is also a symbol on the statue.
Wasn't that the symbol for Saturn, for lead?
No, I think it was that the symbol for lead is also the symbol for Saturn.
That's
that
the
correct?
magic square. The magic square is the thing for Saturn.
Oh, okay. So the magic square on the statue was the symbol for Saturn.
Yeah, because the statue
Gotcha.
was made of lead, and so it said Saturn. And the pedestal with the Bible says prison, which is blasphemous.
Not quite.
Yeah.
The sigil on the statue is also using the sigil, the kamea of Saturn. You would still have to decipher it based on the same magic square to know what it means.
Gotcha.
Yes, we have to figure out what the statue says.
Did you want to do that
Yes.
Yeah.
before you guys go
Sure.
outside? All right, so you all shuffle back
Sure.
into the parlor, and this is that same kamea, but with the symbol on this statue. You guys want any hints?
I kind of think we need one.
Okay,
Sure.
so the first letter is a 6. That means it has to be an F, an O, or an X. There's not many words that start with an X, right?
And looking at what the second letter, I'm just talking out loud. Looking at what the second letter is, FB, FK, or FT don't make a word. So the first letter, I think, would have to be O.
Oh,
Correct.
I've got a word, but I'm not sure if it's spelled right.
What's that?
Obstacle.
Yeah.
Obstacle is correct.
Oh, nice.
Right.
What word did you think you had, Joey?
Obstacle, but I was looking at it thinking, that's not spelled right.
Yes,
Isn't
this one has obstacle on it. At that moment, you hear a noise. It sounds like a knock on the door. And Jeremiah walks past. You hear his footsteps. He walks past, and he heads to the front door. You hear the door open, and he says, Mr. Goodman, you've arrived. He says, why, hello, Jeremiah. How are you? He says, oh, quite well. Thank you, sir. Please come inside. We have an unusual situation tonight. We have a number of guests. They have their car has broken down. He says, oh? He says, yes, they're in the parlor. Right inside there. If you'd like, I'll have Rosemary bring you something to drink, coffee, tea. He says tea would be fine. You see Jeremiah go past, and coming around the corner is a rather handsome man. He's dressed in a suit. It's like everybody dresses in suits. He's a little tall. He's thin. Very good facial features. Has bright blue eyes and dark hair. And as he steps in, his face lights up. He gets a big smile. He says, "Oh, hello. Jeremiah was telling me of your difficulties with your car. Is it?"
Yes.
And he comes forward and he holds his hand out to shake whoever's closest. Lester Goodman.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Goodman. My name is David Ross. I am a professor at Miskatonic, as well as
Professor
my
at
colleagues.
Miskatonic. Excellent.
My name is
Says,
Professor Henry Zonizer. We're all of us professors at Miskatonic University.
Oh, marvelous. As he comes in, he sort of just seems to naturally make himself at home. He says, well, so what exactly happened? Your car broke down, ran out of gas?
Well, we were
Ran out
on
of
our way
gas.
to an academic conference in Ottawa, and Well, we've run out of gasoline. It's rather embarrassing. It was an error on my part, really. But here we are, stranded
Well,
for the moment, but lucky
I hope
to.
Augustus has made you feel at home.
Ah, yes.
Oh, most definitely. Yes, he has.
So you're all professors, eh?
Mm,
Yes.
Did you say Miskatonic?
the very same.
Outstanding. You probably haven't heard of me. I'm actually out of Boston myself. Rare Books.
Ah, I see.
Any
collector of sorts?
particular? I'm sorry.
Are you a collector of sorts?
Oh, a dealer.
Ah, I see.
If you need something, I can usually find it for you, though it might take some time.
I assume you supply Mr. Wayland with most of his findings, correct?
Actually, no. He's amassed quite a large collection all by himself. The only book that I've provided him with is the Book of Abrameline, the correct one. I answered his ad a while back when he said that he was looking for an old translation. I found one, 15th century itself, and
Quite
that's
impressive work.
made us friends, I guess.
Justice was mentioning that he had one previous copy of the book that wasn't translated quite right.
Yes, the Juniper copy. It's much later, and it's been debated whether it was actually mistranslated or purposefully mistranslated by religious zealots who didn't want people to know what it actually was saying. At least that's his theory. I personally don't believe much in these things.
Sure. It seems that Mr. Wayland certainly does.
Yes, I'd say so. Of course, if it wasn't for people believing such things, I wouldn't have much of a business, would I?
That's true. So are you here to watch the ceremony?
Yes, I was invited. It looks like. Are you gentlemen staying for the evening?
Well, I suppose.
I'm sure Mr. Wayland would allow it because he's a very generous man.
Well, depending on. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Depends on if the service station that they've called back in town can get out here with gasoline in time. There were a few talks and things at the symposium that we're going to that we would prefer not to miss, but
Yes, it's a long way to drive.
sure is.
Well, I hope you enjoy yourselves. It's a small diversion from the usual, I suppose.
Yes, absolutely. Please come in and join us. Then I don't want you to. We're not trying to be aloof.
Do you gentlemen smoke? He pulls out his pipe.
Well, yes. I've got some blends from LJ Peretti in Boston.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
So if you care to try some, I have quite the collection with me.
He lights up his pipe, and begins drawing on it. You hear a knock once again at the door, and Lester says, "Oh, that must be some of the others arriving." And once again, you see Jeremiah go by the door, or by the door to the parlor that you're in, and head towards the front door. You hear him open the door, and he says, "Oh, sir, it's so nice to have you here. There are some people in the parlor that have their cars out of gasoline, and they are waiting to get gasoline for their car. Please come inside." And you hear a voice say, "Well, Jeremiah, how are you? How's your wife? I'd like you all to do," we're going to call it a spot hidden roll, but you're not really, actually do a listen roll.
I got
Hard
an
success.
Extreme success.
Okay. Those of you who succeeded, you noticed that there's something vaguely familiar about the voice.
It's a one.
And you guys got extremes?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's a one.
it sounds very familiar. And as you can hear the footsteps of them coming down the hall, Jeremiah goes by the door, and coming around the corner and into the room is an identical copy of Lester Goodman, the man already in the room. He comes around the corner and he says, "Oh, well, looks like there's a party going on here." And Lester, who's sitting next to you in the chair, suddenly brightens up and he goes, "My God, Lester, I haven't seen you in ages." And he gets up and walks over and they sort of shake hands vigorously. And he says, "Yes," he says, "these people have their car is broken down." He says, "No, you don't say. Well, looks like we're having fun. You're smoking. Excellent." And he pulls out his pipe, which looks identical to Lester's pipe, and starts smoking it. And the two of them are standing there and they are identical. Their clothing, everything about them.
Twins?
Actually, I think that's a great spot to take our bio break.
All right.
All right.
And we'll come back in 5 minutes or so. All right. So to return, you're standing there with two identical Lester Goodmans, who seem very happy to see one another.
Well, hello, sir.
Oh, very nice to meet you. Lester Goodman, rare books dealer.
Pleasure to meet you. The strange thing is we've seemingly already met. Are you brothers?
Really?
Twins?
Brothers. We're completely different people.
Pardon? Lester here, Lester Goodman. We just met him.
Yes.
A few minutes ago. And you, Lester
Yes.
Goodman.
Which you've just met now.
Both book dealers?
Yes, from Boston.
Pardon my, I may seem a bit daft here, but you're the spitting image of each other with the same names and the same professions. How uncanny.
They look at each other and they're like, "Really? I don't see it."
Well, it's peculiar. So how long have both of you known the Wayland family?
Oh, a few years.
And you too, Lester?
Oh, yes, a few years.
Interesting.
Lester, how do you know the lord of this house?
Oh, Mr. Wayland?
Yes.
Well, a number of years ago, he was looking for a certain book, and I helped him to find it.
The Book of Abrameline.
Exactly, you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it quite a few times just this evening.
I think someone's having a little bit of fun at our expense. I sort of whisper to my companions.
Yeah, I would like to, Mr. Goodman.
Yes.
If it's all possible, I am interested in maybe finding some books. Do you have a card that I
Of
might
course.
contact you?
He reaches in and he pulls out a card. They actually both do.
Are they exactly the same? Did they show the same address?
They
and
are.
everything?
They are black cards with a golden foil. Lester Goodman, rare book dealer. Same address in Boston.
Yeah.
So- Henry's going to lean into Carter. So, Carter, what psychological phenomenon are we dealing with here?
I don't know. I suppose it could be a shared delusion, but I'm seeing it too, and I think everybody's seeing the same thing. So I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
Is Mr. Linwood still around?
He's not there
outside the
at the
room.
moment. He
Okay.
apparently went to do other stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to look out the room to see if either he or his wife are present so that we can get, yet another pair of eyes on the Mr.
You
Goodman.
see, You see, just as you're looking out, you see Mr. Linwood go through a door at the end of the hall. Looks like that must be the kitchen that he goes into. But you see the door, and it's one of those doors that sort of, flaps back and forth as he goes into it.
Okay.
We'll also do a spot hidden for me as well. As you're doing
okay.
that.
31. That's going to be a success. Not hard, not extreme, but just regular.
Looking in that direction down the hall, you can see, of course, on the right-hand side, you can see the door going into the library. You see the stairs going up to the second level. You see a door on the left-hand side, which looks like it's going into a large formal dining room. And there is a cubby in the wall, about halfway down. It's sunk into the wall. It's half-shelled sort of thing. And there is an old-fashioned telephone that's sitting there on the pedestal. That's at least what you're seeing.
Okay. I will sort of look back at Albert as we had some plans to go exploring. And I just did a quick check because I wanted to kind of scuttle after and grab the butler. But then I remembered that we are traveling not alone. So I will look over at Albert and I'll sort of nudge my head to see if he's willing to accompany me.
And I nod, and I am.
And I think our plan, Keeper, would be to look for Mr. Linwood, ostensibly to establish whether he sees two Mr. Goodman, or whether he shares in whatever this experience is, and then potentially go to the mausoleum if there's not something that waylays us.
Okay. So you guys head down the hallway towards the kitchen door. As I said, it's a kind of door that just swings back and forth, so you can just open it up and go inside. You as the door opens, you have aroma of it smells like perhaps chicken soup, or it's got that sort of smell to it. You open up the door, and Mr. Linwood is standing at one end of a table, and Rosemary is she's chopping vegetables at the other side, and they're talking to each other for a moment. You can do a listen roll as you're coming in to hear what they're saying.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah,
you think
just a regular success.
What you hear him say is, yes, and Mr. Goodman would like some tea. And her response is, well, could you handle that, darling? The tea's in the pantry. He says, of course. And he turns back in your direction, because the pantry is a door inside the kitchen right there. And he says, oh, gentlemen, is there something we could do for you? There's pots on the stove that are bubbling and things that are cooking.
I'll look at Albert to see if he wants to say something, because I've talked a lot.
No, we were just I just come by. My stomach is a little upset, and I was hoping that you might have some baking soda or something.
Oh, of course. Rosemary stops chopping, and she comes around the table. She puts her hand on Jeremiah's shoulder, and she says, "It's all right, dear. I'll get it." She walks around. She goes over to the pantry. She says, "We should have baking soda in here." Jeremiah says, "Oh, I think I heard the door. I'll go check." And Jeremiah leaves. You're standing there with Rosemary. She opens up the pantry door, and you suddenly hear what sounds like animal growling coming from inside the pantry. What do you guys do?
I look over at Manfred, and
I am backing up.
Yes.
Let the record reflect. I am backing up.
So you guys are near the door, so you're backing up and out.
I wouldn't say out yet.
Okay.
I've got my hands raised. My first thought is there's some kind of animal, probably a dog or maybe a particularly large cat.
You're on the verge of that fight or flight sort of feeling.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to diffuse the situation while putting myself in a better position to escape if need be. Certainly, I'm getting flashbacks to what Henry was describing, and so my hairs are sticking up.
She opens the door. You hear the growling, and she suddenly says, "Oh my!" like this. And as she says, "Oh my," something reaches out of the closet, dark bluish green skin, long raspy fingernails. Rosemary screams as she's knocked backwards and onto the ground by this thing with black torn up hair and rags. They look like dirty white rags all over her. The creature screeches as it digs its nails into Rosemary's head. You guys can roll sanity.
Oh. I just rolled a 99.
Oh no.
Okay.
I succeeded on my sanity roll, so I am pretty sure that this is one of the local residents who lives in these rural areas and has gone to ground and somehow found their way in here and is causing quite a disturbance.
Manfred, I would like you to take 2 points of sanity damage. Albert, I would like you to roll a 1d6.
Don't you do?
1. You both are startled. You both gasp. You both fall backwards as this creature literally tears the skin off of Rosemary's face. What do you guys want to do?
I'm going to do something rather brave, and I would like to find like a meat cleaver or a large kitchen knife that is close by.
The creature and Rosemary's body are maybe 5 feet from you. You would have to almost cross the room to get to the table where the meat cleaver and the butcher knife and all those things are.
Okay. Is the creature sort of halfway in the door?
It's yes, it's still halfway out of the pantry. It's got her pinned to the ground and it's tearing her to pieces.
Okay.
Blood is splattering.
Albert, maybe I can volunteer to try and shut the door on it to sort of pin it so that you can get past to grab said cleaver.
Well, if you want to shut the door, I'll grab Rosemary.
Oh, okay.
You don't have much
We'll
time
attempt
to discuss it. All right. So, Manfred, you're going to try to slam the door closed?
Onto the creature, yep.
Go ahead and roll dexterity.
That is a hard success by 1 point.
Excellent. You try to slam the door, and when you do, it hits this thing and throws it off balance. It rolls over onto its side, kicking and screaming, doing this. Albert, you're going to try and grab Rosemary
and pull her away. Yep.
Okay. Also dexterity. That sounds good.
I got to get out of the 90s. That's a 95.
You
Okay.
do need to get out of the 90s.
Yeah.
I agree.
You are unable to grab her because Manfred slammed the door. It's kind of caught Rosemary there. The creature rolls over and suddenly bolts for there's like a back door in the kitchen. There's a door going outside, but there's also a door that seems to be going somewhere else. The creature bolts for that and dives into the darkness in that direction. And suddenly you guys are left there alone with blood and gore everywhere.
Manfred, what the hell was that?
I do not like the locals around here, I'll tell you that much. I'm going to see if I can lock the door, the back door.
Okay. The door that she went through?
Yeah.
All right. As you approach it, it is, I don't think you need a spot hidden for this. It's interesting. What it seems to be is maybe 3 cement steps down, then a large room that looks like storage, where they would put, there's some pieces of furniture, some cabinets, things that they would keep stuff. And then there's 3 steps up and there's another door. And at a glance, it almost looks like maybe there were 2 buildings. There was the main house and another house, and they've been joined together by another room, because the floor in there is cement.
Would this have been apparent from outside the house?
Well, you haven't really looked around.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this bears further exploration, but...
If you were to just think, I mean, right now you're terrified and you're not sure what you're thinking, but if you were to guess, you would think that maybe at one point the servants had a house in the back and the master had a house in the front, and they've now been joined with architecture.
I prefer that reality to there are 2 identical houses that are joined.
Right. No, it's not the same house.
Proceed with my plan of trying to lock this door, and then try and assist Albert with hopefully a still alive Rosemary.
You are able to lock the door. Albert, what are you doing?
I'm going to do some first aid if I can, at least on Rosemary.
Okay. You attempt to, what are you going to do for first aid? She's a bloody, pulpy mess.
Yeah, I'm going to just try to stop the bleeding, figure out what, no.
Her face has literally been torn out. Her throat is gushing blood all over the floor. Yeah, I'm in shock of what I've seen, so I'm going to still try to make an attempt, even though kind of in the back of my mind, I know that what I'm doing is useless. You don't know what you're in shock. You don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to stop the bleeding. You're trying to do something to help.
I see you rolling a critical fail and making a tourniquet for her neck.
Yeah. Manfred, you've locked the door. You've turned around. And as you turn back around, Albert is on his hands and knees on the floor. He seems to be without a towel or anything in his hand, trying to mop up the floor. But Rosemary is standing behind the counter chopping vegetables. And there's no blood in the room. And she's like, "Oh, sir, have you fallen?" And Albert, that's when you also realize that there's nobody on the floor in front of you, and that Rosemary's fine. She's right there.
I thought I dropped my glasses.
Meanwhile, back in the other room, the Lesters are telling you interesting and amusing stories that oddly seem to be the same stories. You notice Jeremiah walk by the door as he heard a knock at the door. And you hear him open the door, and he says, "Oh, Mr. Goodman, it's so nice that you finally arrived." He says, "Oh, yes, Jeremiah. Has anything started yet?" And he says, "Oh, no, you're quite early." He says, and then he tells the whole story of you guys running out of gas. And sure enough, coming around the corner is a third Lester Goodman, who seems just as surprised to see his other Lester Goodmans there. They all laugh together. They all the new one introduces himself as if he's never seen you before in his life.
Before
Now
Jeremiah,
you have 3 Lester Goodmans.
before Jeremiah leaves, I say a little dumbfoundedly, how many guests in total are you expecting tonight?
15.
And how many of those guests appear to be Lester Goodman?
I don't understand what you mean.
There's 3 of them.
This is Mr. Lester Goodman right here. And Mr.
Yes,
Lester
but
Goodman and Mr. Lester Goodman.
That's what I mean. There's 3 Mr. Goodmans. Are there any
Well, one
more
never
Mr.
knows who's going to show up. Maybe all the guests won't arrive, but I assure you that the dining room table is large enough that it can accommodate you gentlemen as well. Mr. Havisham at the greengrocer has said that he will pick up gasoline as soon as he closes up shop, and then he will drive over here. He closes up shop at 6, and it will probably take him, half an hour or 45 minutes to get here, but you are welcome to have dinner with us at that time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Is there anything else I can get for you, gentlemen?
Just a little bit of clarification. So are each of the 15 guests also Lester Goodman? That the case?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, sir.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. So you've already 3 Lester Goodmans, as I write, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yes, yes.
Are you expecting any more Lester Goodmans for the occasion?
Oh, I couldn't say, sir. I'm not sure exactly who Mr. Wayland has invited.
I see. Well,
I thought you were guests at first.
Sure, sure. Again, we appreciate your generosity, and I'm sure that I don't want to hold you up from further preparations.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
As he leaves, I'm going to lean into David. David, weren't you guys just reading something about that Bible passage for same thing? They'll all look the same, and
Yes, angels, 4 wings, 4 faces, all that.
don't you find it a little odd that Jeremiah didn't seem to understand what we were getting at? Asking him about.
It is. I'm not sure what to make of this.
Is there a mirror in the room or in the hallway?
There's a mirror in the hallway.
Is there any way that, so Carter's thinking if he can see the Lester Goodmans in the mirror, if he can pivot around, will that allow him to any angle to see like that?
Not really. It's a large floor to ceiling mirror, ornate frame around it. But it's in the hallway. It's not by the door. All right, Manfred and Donovan, Albert, you guys are, what do you guys do? You're suddenly there and there's nothing going on. And a few moments later, Jeremiah comes back through the door. He says, did you get what you needed, Mr. Professor Donovan?
Yes, more than I wanted. Yes, your service has been exemplary.
Excellent. Well, your friends, some of the guests have arrived. Your friends are in the parlor.
Out of curiosity, other than yourself and your wife and the Waylands, is there anyone else that lives here on the grounds?
Oh no, sir.
Do you own any dogs?
No, no pets.
No pets. Okay.
Dogs, especially, I believe the master once said, are considered unclean, so they wouldn't be allowed in the house anyway.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, Albert. I don't mean to interrupt. What's through this door?
Mr. Meyer, you seem to be quite upset. This door?
Yes, please answer the question.
that leads to Rosemary and I's residence. It was originally a separate building, but it was eventually attached just to accommodate, the cold winters. We sometimes get very, very nasty snowstorms out here. And it's easier, rather than crossing the yard to come inside, to have actually built a room in between. It's mostly used for storage, though, that part of the room. The rest is our private rooms.
Would you summon Mr. Wayland? I believe it is important that we have a word with him.
Well, I can do that if it's very important. He and Veronica are very seriously in preparations right now. You will see them once the other guests have arrived and the party is ready to begin. If you could hold it till then.
When are you expecting all the guests to arrive?
Well, they should arrive by 6:30 or so.
Okay. And
what is the time now?
There's still some time. Oh, it's probably only about 5:30.
Jeremiah, if it's not too much trouble, do you have any aspirin?
Aspirin, sir?
Yes, I have a bit of a headache. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I don't believe there's any aspirin.
Oh, do you have any?
I can have a look.
Any medicines of any kind?
No, I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. No worries.
Of course. If I run across any aspirin, I will be sure and bring it to you.
Thank you. I will do fine.
I am feeling unstable at this point. I'm going to go to the front door. I will neglect to travel in pairs, though Albert is welcome to join me. I am making quite a bit of noise, something along the lines of, I didn't survive a war for this. And I will look outside because I want to see how many cars there are. Because presumably, if we have 2 Goodmans, and I know now we have 3 Goodmans, but I only know about 2 Goodmans, there should be a couple of vehicles.
So you're going to have to pass the parlor on the way to the front door.
I'm okay with that, and I'll yell in for others to tell them what I'm doing.
Okay.
Hey, Manfred.
Manfred, your good friend, Lester Goodman.
I say something in German, and then in English say, I'm taking some fresh air in case anyone wishes to join.
That sounds like a very good idea.
Yes, I believe I'll join you. Henry, why don't you come with us?
Manfred, I would like you to do a power.
Yeah, there we go. That's a 69 out of 55. That's a fail.
Okay. You feel for just a moment a bit of weakness. Like a moment of drunkenness.
Ooh.
And you think it goes away very quickly, but you think that the stress of what you're seeing is kind of driving you a little nuts. All right. So who's all going to go with Manfred?
Going.
Yeah, I'm
Everyone
gonna
accept.
I've robotically followed Manfred. I'm just kind of, and I think I hear the suggestion of fresh air, and I think yes, that would do me good.
And Professor Zanisser, you're going to stay there all alone with the Lesters?
This would be
as you back away.
All of us to. I think what I'll do is I'm not exactly sure what's going on, so. What I might do is, can I see the front door from the doorway to the parlor?
No.
Oh, okay.
Go out into the hallway and then around the corner to the front door.
I see. I'm going to, just for a minute, to the Lesters. Pardon me. I just want to see what this is all about with my friends.
Oh, of course. I'm sure that Mr. Wayland has told you that, what is it they say? Mi casa es su casa? Or in German, I suppose you would say, and he riddles it off in German. my house is your house.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I do have some more. I've been enjoying the stories that you've been telling, and I'm looking forward to having another pipe.
Well, we're here all night for the party. So. All right. So the five of you go out and you open up the front door and step out onto the porch. There are no cars out there.
Okay.
All right.
Unless they're all parked in
Henry?
the garage, but I mean in
You
the
know, Henry,
barn.
I'm starting to believe something strange is happening.
You don't say.
I will take a deep breath and then I will relate everything that I believe transpired to Albert and myself. I communicated in German and Henry can translate.
All right. Yes, so I will translate that. Yeah, so it seems like, you remember how I saw that lady out in the shed and she came after me? Well, it's happened to them too now, so it's...
So they saw the lady as well.
But worse.
I saw this creature, dog-like creature, tear Rosemary apart. And then moments later, there she is cutting carrots. Rosemary, fine, no problem.
And she looked like the wife as well.
As best I can recall.
The monster thing, the demon thing.
Sounds like the same thing Henry saw in the garage. Torn up black hair, ragged clothing.
Now get this, Manfred and Albert. There's 3 Lesters now.
And 0 vehicles.
Well, they could have had drivers. I mean, I don't discount that having 3 of the identical person is odd, but like you said, Manfred, somebody could be, having a joke on us.
Yes, but I do not believe that it is possible that the butler and his wife would have had doubles themselves as well.
I agree, but even you said that Rosemary is fine. So she really didn't get attacked. So therefore...
You guys are still on the front porch?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Therefore, if she didn't get attacked, what you saw didn't exist. It was a delusion, something in your mind, probably put there by Henry, describing what he said.
Hey, now.
But how can Manfred and I have the exact same experience?
It happens. There are shared delusions. There have been shared delusions that have been recorded.
So,
I can't explain it, but it does happen.
Are you trying to say, Carter, we're all having a bout of mass hysteria?
It's definitely possible. Manfred and Albert, originally you wanted to go to the mausoleum, correct? To make sure that the wife was dead. Why don't we do that? That may put to rest this shared delusion that everyone is having. I would like to point out that David and I have yet to see something.
Well, I pray that you don't experience it, actually.
All right.
Well, Carter, you are the expert among us on this. I concur and consent to your plan. Let us all go to the mausoleum and then perhaps in a counterclockwise direction, go around the house, take a look at this pit of ashes that Henry saw earlier, as well as the well. And
Yes.
I would also be interested to establish what the residence of the servants looks like, as I saw this connective passage going from the kitchen. And I had imagined that the kitchen simply led out to the back of the house and the hole with ashes, but it seems that there's another annex. So lots to explore.
I could use some fresh air.
I agree. Same.
We will go to the mausoleum.
So if I understand what you said correctly, so here's the house, barn, mausoleum, well, and the pit. The pit is out here. Were you going to go around to the pit and then over to the mausoleum?
No, we'll start at the mausoleum and then work our way over to the pit and the well.
All right. All right. So you go out, you're out the door, you're on the front porch, you're making a left-hand turn outside, and you are heading towards the mausoleum. It is once again, it looks like a marble structure. It's got a pretty little dome on the top of it and little pillars holding it up. Very, very neoclassical as you're looking towards it. I'd like you all to do a spot hidden.
That's a 13 under 50.
I got a 4, which is an extreme success.
I'm going to spend 1 luck to get an extreme success.
Okay.
That's 3 extremes.
Right.
Sorry, I
3
only got a hard.
extremes. The 3 of you who have the extremes, you see it first, and you immediately freeze and you grab the other 2. You see something dressed in raggedy white run from the mausoleum, like on the edge of the woods around to where the well is, and just sort of disappear there. It's far enough away that you can't see it clearly, but you think that it's the black-haired, bluish-skinned thing.
Carter, did you see that?
Yeah, Henry will grab Carter. Do you see it, ma'am?
Yes, I saw something. I don't know what it was, though. It didn't look like a woman to me.
Oh, you know what it was.
No, no, I don't believe that. It was an animal.
You're pretty sure it went over by the well.
All right, well, let's see where it went.
You just don't want to know, Carter.
Well,
Fine, let's go to the well and show that it's I don't know.
If this woman is real, she'll still be there.
Yes, let's
You're detouring a little,
yes.
going towards the well. So you move over towards the well. As I say, it's a large well. It's made of stone, and it's got a little cupola over the top of it. As you approach it, I'd like you all to do power rolls.
That is a hard success.
Okay. If you failed your power roll, you start to have a feeling of dread that sort of comes over you. The well is round. The well is deep and filled with water, and there's just something about it that's kind of creeping you out. If you passed, you're okay, although you're cautious as you are approaching the well.
It's like an overwhelming feeling of dread.
Not overwhelming, but it's that sort of expectancy. You expect something freaky to happen.
Okay.
Freaky things keep happening.
As they approach, Henry is going to stop as they continue. He's not feeling this. He's not comfortable peering into this well. I got a bad feeling.
Yeah, I'm with Henry. I've seen enough weird stuff. Other people who haven't seen as much weird stuff can go see weird stuff if they wish, but I'll play it cautious.
All right. So who's going to approach the well?
Carter's still going.
Yes, quite frankly, I am shocked. I don't know what has gotten into any of you, but there is true, it's a little odd, but that's all it is. Odd happenstance.
Let's just be careful. Old wells can be quite dangerous. People fall in all the time.
Right. So David and Carter, Albert, are you going with them, or are you staying back with Henry and Manfred?
No, I'm going to stay back.
Okay. Carter and David, you step forward towards the well. What do you do?
I'm going to look down it.
Yeah, look into it.
As you approach the well, you don't see water as you're approaching it, so it must be fairly deep. You get to the edge and you look down. And as you look down, about 15 feet below where you are there is this blue-skinned, raggedy-haired, horrible demon-like woman with big fangs, and she is clinging to the stones of the well, and she's looking right up into your face, and she begins to growl and move towards you. Do sanity rolls and tell me what you do.
I passed.
I also
Carter will scream and then jump back.
and David will put up his fists and back up from the well.
How did you do, David, on your roll?
I got a 10 under 65.
Okay, so you both take 2 points of sanity, and you scream and jump back, which of course probably makes Henry, Manfred, and Albert also jump as they pull back. But just as that happens, something else makes you jump. Mr. Wayland has walked up behind you, and just as this happens, he says, "Gentlemen, is there any problem? Are you all right?"
Yes, in the well.
I'm sorry, what?
She's in the well. She's in the well. Look. We've seen it.
Jeremiah told me that you wanted to speak with me. What's in the well?
I just gawk and point.
He walks past you and he says, "It's an old well. We don't use it anymore. We have indoor plumbing now." And he steps forward and leans over and looks down into the well. And as he does, the blue clawed hands reach up, grab his skull, and yank him forward. And you see him tumble forward into the well, yelling. You see splatters of blood suddenly come flying out of the well.
Dear God!
And then as you're standing there in horror, do a sanity roll.
Oh, that's a 96.
Okay.
Extreme success.
Passed? Okay.
That's a failure from me.
Yeah, I failed.
All right. If you failed, I would like you to do a 1d4. If you pass, just take 1 point of damage.
It's 3.
Mr. Wayland?
But what happens then really unnerves you,
Oh boy.
because a voice comes from right behind you, Mr. Wayland, and he says, "Excuse me, gentlemen, is everything all right?"
Are you okay,
And he's
sir?
standing right behind you.
Sir, are you all right?
I beg your pardon. I'm
You,
fine. You're wandering around the yard. This is the old well. I wouldn't get too close. It could collapse. It might be rather dangerous.
Is the blood that splattered all over the well, is that gone too?
There's no blood there. And he says, "Gentlemen, you all look quite white, quite pale. Is everything all right?
I don't know.
Should I have Rosemary brew you up some tea or something?"
I think-
No, thank you, Mr. Wayland. This, we're quite all right.
Well, a number more of our guests have arrived. If we should be starting, I'd say within a half an hour. Please join us for dinner.
Who are these new guests?
Oh, people that I've invited.
See.
Well, if there's nothing that you need, I will return. Jeremiah says you wanted to speak to me though about something. Is everything all right? What did you need?
That was Albert, I think.
Yeah, Albert and I think Manfred. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, it was my fault. Let's see, what shall I make up? I will relate that we have seen someone else on the grounds, and we have wondered whether it might be a person from the rural countryside. Multiple members of our party have seen this individual now, and so we were concerned and wanted to make sure that you were aware of this possible intruder, and that we all exercise the utmost of caution.
Well, I'll bear that in mind, but we're miles from anything, so I doubt seriously there aren't any farms even out here. I used to like my privacy very much so that I could do whatever I wished. My only social engagements are occasionally once a year or so when we, have a discussion, a philosophical discussion with friends. But I haven't actually had a party other than tonight for a number of years.
Well, that simply reinforces the alarm we have felt at someone being in the area that you are unaware of.
Oh, well, I'll bear that in mind. If there's nothing else, I do need to get back.
Oh, of course, Mr. Wayland. We're sorry to disturb you.
Let's enjoy yourselves. And he walks away, and you watch him walk back to the house.
I had half a mind, but I didn't want to be insensitive, that I'd be curious to know how his wife passed away.
Well, blue skin is a sign of drowning.
Maybe we should check out the mausoleum, see if there's a memorial to her there.
Right. So you head on over towards the mausoleum, very unnerved, watching those woods. You approach the mausoleum. It's circular, like it's a little dome, pillars holding it up. You can walk to it. It looks like there are inscriptions running all around it, Bible verses, it looks like. They've been actually carved into the wood. They don't seem to have any relevance, just talking about salvation and the resurrection of the dead and things like that.
Any magic circle sigils?
Nothing like that. Nothing, no magic. This all looks very common Protestant, if you want, classical but Protestant. There's like little steps up to it, and when you look down inside, there is a place where there is a gap in the circle, and little stairs leading down. The stairs only go down maybe 4 steps, and then there's a flat area in the dead center of the circle, and there are 2 marble sarcophagi, which is kind of what you'd expect. They are elaborately carved, and the tops of each have figures on them, large figures. The one on the left appears to be the woman that's in the picture, and written on the sarcophagus is "My sweet Evangeline." The one on the right has an effigy of Mr. Wayland, and it says, "My beloved father."
I think we must intrude upon the privacy of the Wayland family and go to the second floor to speak with this daughter.
Are there dates on the?
There are. It would seem that Mrs. Wayland passed away sometime in 1923. It's 1928 now. 1923, we'll say in October. The other tomb shows that Mr. Augustus Wayland passed away in June 1926.
Not even 2 years.
This doesn't make sense. How could, unless this is
right
somebody
there.
else's father? It could be her father. It could be Evangeline's father. How could we see a dead? It can't be.
Well, clearly, if we're all seeing the wife, we can apparently very well see the dead.
But how? That's not possible. I know we saw something in that well, and I cannot explain that. But
my friend, I think we are far past the realm of science and thought and logic and all of that.
If we're past that, then we're lost.
Then I say to the
Yes.
devil with this house, and we get back to the car, and we wait for the man from town to get here with gasoline and drive as far away from here as possible.
Sorry, if I may inquire from the keeper, is there an overlap with the dates and months to the amount of time it would take to complete the Abrameline operation? Like, is there an 18-month overlap? I didn't want to do math and embarrass myself, so I just thought I would ask.
No.
Let's see. Since Augustus, there's more than 18 months.
Okay.
Augustus, and by the way, the effigy on the top looks just like Mr. Wayland. Yeah, it looks like a couple of years. Well, looks like 2 years at least.
What about from the time of Mr. Wayland's death to now? Because it's 1928 now.
Let's see. Yeah, it's almost exactly 2 years.
Died in
Mr. Wayland's death.
So do we have? I'm wondering, what does Veronica have to do with all of this? She must be up to something. Now, is there the book that depicts this ritual that they're going to do? We have access to this in the library?
We do. Yeah, I was skimming it earlier. I caught you up on some of the information and background on it.
Well, maybe if we could get enough time and get away, to have another look at that book and see exactly what they're going to do tonight. Besides that, I don't know what else, but I would like to potentially figure out what's going to happen here if we're stuck here.
Might a plan not simply be to go upstairs?
True, we would run the risk of drawing the ire of our hosts, which could be quite dangerous.
Apparently, we've already drawn the ire of his wife.
Seems like everybody has.
If this will get us answers, then I'm all for it. Otherwise, I agree with David that we should just go back to the car and wait.
You start to notice the flakes of snow begin falling from the sky.
Great.
You didn't notice it before, but clouds have moved in. And it's early spring, so it still snows occasionally.
Well,
Let's hope there's not too much.
Is there anything else you
inside
want to
then?
do?
While we're out here, why don't we take a look at the ash pit? See if it is something mundane.
Fine, it's kind of on the way.
Yeah, if you go around the other side of the house, the barn side of the house. Also, I would, you can see, especially from where you are now, here, you can see the way the house was. The manor is in the front. The guests or the servants' quarters were in the back, and they've been merged. It's quite different. The architecture, the one in the back, is not as well developed.
I am happy that there isn't a pocket dimension house there. Thank you.
Now, when Mr. Wayland mentioned that some other guests had arrived, did we see anybody roll up?
No. I would also like you to do a spot hidden as you're heading back towards the house.
That's an extreme success.
Regular.
That's an extreme for me.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it to the two extremes. Take a few steps back towards the house. You're heading over towards where the pit is. And suddenly David and Henry stop dead in their tracks. They're looking at the house. What the rest of you do when you see them stop suddenly?
Stop and kind of follow their gaze.
They
Hold on.
just seem to be staring at the house for a moment, and then it suddenly, I mean, it's already dawned on Professor Ross and Professor Zanister, but there is no smoke coming out of any of the chimneys.
We've got several different fires going. There's one in the parlor. There's one in the library.
House was quite warm. There were fires going in every room.
How's
When
that?
we were in the house in like the library and the parlor, were there lights on in there?
Yes.
Do we see any lights
Outside.
from any of the windows?
Well, it's getting afternoon. It's overcast. Yeah, you can see light coming out through the windows, through the kitchen, through the what may be the dining room on this side of the house.
That can't be.
Well, I mean, maybe they put out the fires for whatever reason. Let's. The only way for us to be sure is to go inside. So let's keep going. It's getting colder out here. Let's go
Do
see
you
why
want-
they.
It's getting
Yes,
quite
yes.
nippy. Yes.
The ash pit first.
Yes, let's go
Take a
go look
quick
at that
look
and
at
then
the
see
pit,
why
and
they
then we'll head
put out the
inside.
fires.
You go over to the ash pit. And now that you come up close to it, you can see that it seems to have been lined with block rocks. Looks like it's about 4 or 5 feet across. It's a circle, and it looks like, I mean, you're just sort of guessing because you obviously can't see how deep it is, but you're guessing it's maybe 3 or 4 feet deep. It is piled fairly high with what look like ashes. But you can all do spot hidden as you're looking at it.
Ooh,
That's a regular.
I got a
Extreme.
1.
Amidst the ashes, those who saw, there seem to be bits of cloth. Looks like white cloth. If you examine them closely, you can do a knowledge roll to see if you can figure out what kind of cloth. They've only partially burnt around the edges. You're pretty sure there are bits of paper in here, and looks like a couple of old books that have been partly burned, mostly burned.
That's a hard success for knowledge.
Got a hard success too.
Regular.
You're pretty sure it's linen. It's a fine quality linen that's in here. So tablecloth or undergarment or something that's been burned in here. Otherwise, it just looks mostly like burned things. There doesn't seem to be any kind of garbage. There's no garbage. There's no animal bones. There's no. It just seems mostly like cloth or maybe there's some bits of wood in there as well.
Do any of the bits of book, is there any that's not completely burned where I can see some of the words?
Most of the books look like the ones that are still in there have been in the pile for a long time. So they're mostly burned up. You can see there's scarring on them, and there's probably a leather binder in there that's pretty eaten up by the flames, but you can't identify what they are.
If this cloth were to be dirtied, would it look like what we keep seeing that blue-skinned thing wear?
I don't know, maybe. For some reason, do another knowledge roll.
And that's 22. That's a hard.
Now that you've seen it better, you almost think that what she's wearing is a shredded wedding dress, or at least what's left of a shredded wedding dress.
I would like to go
Maybe
and read that book upstairs in the library. Skim through it.
Right?
It's not upstairs, right? The library is on the main floor.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
I
So
can't believe I'm starting to agree with you gentlemen on this, but I do believe we have to go upstairs.
if you would just give me just a moment, I would like to skim through the book just to see if there's something that outlines step by step what they're going to do in this ritual. This pit could be part of what they do. They've tried it before. Maybe part of it is burning something. Any knowledge could help us, and then we can go upstairs.
Well, regardless, let's go inside.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So as
How
you're
many-
getting towards,
How many
ahead.
Mr. Goodmans are there?
so you get to the front porch, you step up onto it. As you're going through the front door, the snow begins to fall quite a bit more abundantly outside as you are going inside. And because I say that, you guys can do a spot hidden too when you look back into the yard. Okay.
39
Those of you
minutes past.
who pass, in that moment you look back, you notice that there's more snow coming down. You're noticing that it's collecting, on the crowns of bushes and things like that. And that the bush over there, maybe it was like a rose bush or something like that as you came in. Gardens were quite well maintained. It looks kind of ratty. And as you're looking around the yard in that brief moment, the gardens are not very nicely kept. The bushes and the shrubberies are overgrown and raggedy. Lots of brown, like nothing's been watered in ages. And you blink your eyes and everything seems to be back to normal, except that everything's snowing now. When you open up the front door, there is a lot of noise coming in as you hear what sound like many Lester Goodmans chatting with one another. 10 in all that you count in the next few minutes. What are you
5
going
of
to do?
us, 10 of them.
There's people in the hallway, there's people in the rooms.
I'm going to make a
People know
beeline for
about.
that book.
Okay, so you're going into the library?
Mhm.
Right. You go into the library and find the book. It is written all in German. So how's your German?
Henry has a 75 in it.
All right, you should have no trouble at all then. You begin looking through the book, and this is obviously taking you a few minutes. The rest of you are doing something, but I'll get back to you in a second. You're reading through it, and apparently there is a whole long ritual of preparation before beginning the Abrameline. So a few of the things that are mentioned are a strict vegetarian diet, so no meat, no alcohol, nothing like that. It's extremely prescribed exactly what you are allowed to eat and what you are not allowed to eat and when you were allowed to eat it, time of day. It's very, very elaborate. And all of that is in preparation for beginning. So there's also some very interesting things. It talks about creating your temple, creating a place of your power, of procuring a straight, long piece of wood, kind of a wand that needs to be like 3 feet long and sharpened on one end. That the temple has to be sealed, that sand has to be placed on the floor, and all these sort of bizarre little things before you begin. And then when you read the beginnings of the begin, it's a long list of, you say this prayer at this time of the morning. As the sun rises, you do this. As you do this, you're allowed to eat at this time of day. You're only allowed to eat this. You have to wear white linen clothing. You have to, if it gets soiled, you have to burn it. You can't just throw it away because it's now sacred. And things like that. Things that put little bits and pieces sort of together in your head, especially the burn pile. Meanwhile, the rest of you, what are you going to do? As Henry has gone in there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does anything that I read sound dangerous?
Not really. It sounds like, as one of you described earlier, like monastic stuff. It just seems like a ridiculously, it's definitely what you would call magic. The idea that you could perform some sort of ritual and summon an angel, as if you could control angels and force them to do what you wanted them to do. Partly it doesn't make sense, but there are old legends about, like, when Solomon built the temple, he summoned genies, jinn, to build the temple without hand. All sorts of weird stuff like that throughout history.
While Henry is gathering this information, I'm going to go back to the pedestal upon which rested the Bible that was in the shape of an eagle, I believe, with the symbol for prison. And I'm just going to manipulate it a little bit. I'm curious what this pedestal is made of, whether it's also made of lead, the way the bust was in the parlor. And honestly, at this point, I'm sort of inclined to just knock it over and see what happens.
Okay. There are a couple of Lesters in there that are chatting with one another.
In the library?
In the library, yeah.
Okay.
They're kind of all over the place at this point. But you go over to the lectern and you try to move it around, and it is extremely heavy. So you're guessing there's part of it that's wood, but you're pretty sure that eagle part of it is lead.
Can we do a quick search, in a group or splitting up into 2s and 3s, just to see if on the ground floor there's anything else that is a sculpture like this, that is to say, made of likely lead with a magic sigil on it?
You can certainly do that, but you have to coordinate it with the others then.
Okay.
And tell me what you guys are going to do or where you're going to go. Henry is sitting in the library. Well, you were in the library too, so Henry's there with you. What is David, Carter, and Albert doing? Albert, what are you doing?
Well, Albert is trying not to have a conversation with one of the Goodmans, if possible. But I would like to kind of have a conversation with the others while we're kind of just standing here. And I've been thinking about what's been going on, and we found this one sigil that says prison. We found another one that says obstacle. And I think, as David pointed out, I think he had mentioned about looking for 2 other faces with possible sigils on them.
An ox, and I forget what the 4th was.
Yes. And
was it a lion?
Yes.
Yes, a lion. That was it.
An ox and a lion.
An ox, a man, and an eagle. Those were the 4 faces described in the Bible.
I mean, it just seems to me that were they trying to attempt something such as like escaping death, perhaps. Because we have prison, we have obstacle, we have Genesis, which is being referenced. I'm grasping at straws with this theory.
Well, is there anywhere downstairs or on this floor that we haven't looked?
Well, you haven't gone into the
Dining
dining
room.
room.
Well,
Shall we give it a quick glance?
Yes, I mean, let's go
Right.
in there.
Nobody's really in there, but the door is a big double door that's wide open into there. There's a beautiful big table. It does look like you could easily fit, 18 or 20 people around it. There are large bay windows opening out to the backyard. You can see the well and the mausoleum from that side. There is a large fireplace at one end. The table is beautifully laid out with flowers and vases and candelabras and everything like that, and plates and the silverware are all laid out. Over on the mantle above the fireplace, it looks like there is a small black statue of a bull.
Close enough to an ox.
Oh, yes.
So, what are you going to do?
Examine it
David's
closer.
going to go right for that statue.
Okay, you take a look at the statue, and it looks like this.
Another sigil. Bind.
Bind is correct.
Yes, prison, bind, obstacle. These are all words for keeping something in, preventing exit.
He did mention that, or in our studies, that this ritual would grant someone the ability to bind certain entities.
Demons.
As you guys are there suddenly is a bit of commotion as the Lesters are quieting down suddenly. And you hear a voice coming from outside the dining room, and somewhat up high. Gentlemen, I am very glad that you've all arrived. I would like to present my daughter, Veronica. You guys go out into the hallway again. All right.
Carter does.
You step up there, and up at the top of the stairs with Mr. Wayland, sort of arm in arm with her. He is there with a beautiful dark-haired woman. She's very thin. She's not particularly tall, but about average for what a woman would be. Your first impression of her is that she's a bit malnourished. She's very pale, like she has been fasting for a good many days, perhaps. Also notice that there is something in her hair that looks like maybe ashes that are in her hair. She is dressed, however, in a white linen gown, and that looks somewhat, it's not like a dress, it's more like a ritualistic gown. And the two of them begin to come down the stairs. Says, tonight she begins the Abrameline operation, and with any luck, in 18 months, she will have access to her guardian angel, at which time she will become a very, very powerful person indeed. And the Lesters clap. And now if you'll join us in the dining room, we can get ready for dinner. And the Lesters all sort of en masse begin chittering with one another and heading into the dining room. What would you guys like to do?
Well, I'm gonna, to the rest of the party, keep your eye out for any more of those statues. I wonder if there's 4 of them.
Yes,
There's a 4th one we haven't seen yet.
Yes, we found the 3rd one in the dining room.
Also, I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of
Dining.
eating or drinking anything strange.
Then I say we go upstairs while everyone's in the dining room.
Yep.
Who knows? They might have even. I gotta ask. When we were coming into the house from outside by the ash pit, did you guys also have a brief moment where things seemed a little different?
Yes, the gardens looked rather strange for a moment.
Oh,
When the two of you say that, I would like the other three to do a power roll.
Fail.
Nope.
All right, you don't know what they're talking about, I guess. Unless you also saw the strangeness in the garden.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I am all in favor of us not joining this dinner party and instead taking a look upstairs.
What are
Please,
Veronica and her
gentlemen,
father
join our
doing?
dinner party.
yes, we will
Just
be
a
with
minute,
you
Mr.
shortly.
Whalen. Just a minute.
Are they waiting for us to go in, or are they heading?
They are, and you're kind of caught in the flow of the Lester Goodmans.
Well, you see, we will be with you shortly, but I've been driving all day. We've been outside touching things. I want to freshen up first. Where is your
Of
water?
course, there's a restroom there.
I think it would be a good idea for all of us to at least wash
Yes,
our hands and
yes,
freshen up
I
before
agree.
we
I agree.
touch food to share.
Of course, we'll wait for a few moments for you. But do hurry.
Sure.
We will do our best.
Jeremiah appears and he suddenly has like hand towels and things for you. It's right this way, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
He takes you to where the restroom is.
When we went,
but then he sort of stands there with you. So we're obviously going to go one at a time, or
Sure. Jeremiah, a little bit of privacy, please.
of course, sir. He hands you the towels.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
And he goes back, but he's standing, in the hall, or he's near the dining room door, but he's standing there like a butler waiting for anybody to need something. So you'd have to get past him to go up the stairs at this point.
Jeremiah, if you would, can you guide me into the dining room? I'm sorry, with everything that's been going on, I got a little turned around.
Well, it's right here, sir. It's really just a hallway with the rooms on it.
Yeah.
If you're trying to find a way around, you really can't.
Then Carter will then start heading to the dining room, hoping that maybe he'll follow him, but he'll just kind of continue on in and sit down. I guess.
Or we just saw them come down the stairs. Are they in the parlor? I'd assume.
They are. They've gone into the dining room. Everybody else has gone into the dining room. Henry, are you actually going to go into the restroom?
Yeah. It's for one person at a time, is it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Do a power roll for me.
That's a fail.
Okay. So you step into the bathroom. It's a pretty little bathroom. Well appointed, not very large, because restrooms that were built back then were not very large. There's a mirror over the sink, and when you glance up and look into the mirror, the reflection in the mirror of the room that you're in looks dilapidated. The wallpaper is peeled off. There are mold stains on the wall. The flooring has buckled. But when you look around the room yourself, it looks normal. It's only in the reflection that it looks bad.
Something's wrong.
Probably the ones of you who are still outside the bathroom suddenly hear him go, "Oh my God."
Yeah, I mean, something's wrong. What is this?
Manfred, would you check up on Henry? I believe I left something in the parlor. I'll be right back.
Yes, and I will. I'll ask Jeremiah to help. It sounds like Henry may need assistance.
Yeah, I'm probably leaning on the sink, trying to stabilize myself as I just kind of maybe wetting my face.
And
What are you guys intending to do?
I'm hoping that this distraction of Jeremiah will get his attention away from me getting into the parlor so I can go up the stairs. Okay, good.
Right.
We were in the same headspace.
Yes, I'm with you.
I was like, okay, not all of us can go up there, but at least one of us can, I think.
Right. Carter, you've gone in and sat
To
down
the
at
dining
table.
room, yeah.
Okay. As you're sitting there, Waylon makes a few other comments about, the importance of this evening, and Rosemary comes in and begins to pour out soup into the bowls that are there from a large tureen. Do a power roll.
Extreme success.
Okay. When she pours the soup into your bowl, at first you're a little mentally confused because nothing is coming out of the ladle that she's pouring. You can hear the liquid pour. You can smell what was chicken. Is it chicken? Is it chicken that you're smelling? Is it something rotten that you're smelling? And as you're sitting there, you look down at your bowl and there is a large fat rat in your bowl that looks up at you and suddenly squeaks and leaps out of the bowl, runs across the table, and dives for cover. Nobody else seems to notice this.
Carter immediately kind of stands up, pushes himself from the table, and looks around at everybody.
Are you all right, Are you all right, Professor Wilson?
I don't know. What does everybody else's bowls look like?
Do a power roll.
That one is a hard success.
Okay. As you are questioning what's going on, you're beginning to look around. Everything seems to be different. The tablecloth is torn and stained. You're not sure that there's anybody else in the room but you. The candelabras are all tarnished. There is no fire in the fireplace, and it's becoming extremely cold. As you're standing there, you can see dust lying on everything. And Mr. Whalen says, are you quite all right? And as soon as he says that, everything seems to return back to looking like normal.
No, I'm sorry. It must be the day. I need a bit of fresh air. And with that, Carter just walks out into the hallway, and no matter who's out there, he's going to start going upstairs.
Okay. So you've rejoined the others. Henry, where are you now? Have you left the restroom?
Well, did Jeremiah come in to see? Because I did sort of make a ruckus, like my God, what is this? And I know that some people were a little concerned about how I was doing.
Yeah, and I was encouraging Jeremiah to join in the bathroom.
Sure. He walks over to where you are. Is everything all right, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of grab onto Jeremiah's shoulders and use him for support and say, "I'm sorry, I don't feel too good, Jeremiah."
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Perhaps you need a good lay down.
Maybe.
Chaise in the parlor, you should be able to lay there. I'm sorry if you're not feeling well. Perhaps we can bring you something.
Yes,
perhaps that what did you say, aspirin that you referred to? I'll take a look and see if I can find it.
Yes, I would appreciate that. I'm not feeling well and quite faint, if I'm going to be honest.
as you guys are moving around, trying to sneak, do stuff like that, you all begin to get this collective feeling that the temperature in the house has dropped and that there's dust on things. And all of a sudden, like an old skin or something, the illusion of everything begins to strip away. The wallpaper is damaged, it's torn. The light, the chandeliers hanging are in tatters. And everything seems to be as if you were in an old decrepit house. The temperature is very chilly, like it's snowing outside, and it's very cold. There's no fire in the fireplaces or anything like that. But as you are standing there halfway on the stairs, Mr. Wayland steps out of the room and he says, "Gentlemen, aren't you going to join us for dinner? You seem quite disturbed by something." But the illusion doesn't disappear. It stays. It's a dilapidated old house. His clothing looks rumpled, and says, are you all right? You all look like you've seen a ghost."
David's going to run up the rest of the stairs.
I don't have much of an appetite, sir.
Professor Ross, there's nothing up there for you to see. You should you can't disturb any of that. That's for Veronica's.
Oh, he's very careful.
Yeah, David is not taking a word of anything right now. He's just going upstairs.
Okay.
To see what is what.
The hallway at the top of the stairs goes down towards the back of the house. It is dusty and there are cobwebs and everything else. What are the rest of you doing?
Is Mr. Wayland pursuing Ross?
No, but he's calling up. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who does physical exercise on the spur of the moment. But he is quite concerned, yelling up.
Okay, if that's the case, Henry might dash up the stairs too, if he can run faster than Mr. Wayland.
Also,
I say, gentlemen, you don't want to do that. You'll ruin everything. And he now starts walking up the stairs. Carter and Albert and Manfred, what are you guys doing?
Manfred will continue to run interference.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna help run interference as well.
I think Carter gets about maybe like halfway up the steps and stops and watches those going up and then watches those at the bottom. I'm not sure whether or not to go up or if the ones at the bottom need help.
All
now
right.
that the
So as you
illusion, oops, sorry. Now that
Go
the
ahead.
illusion is stripped away, how does Jeremiah look? Is he still okay?
you're not sure that you can see Jeremiah from where you are. He's probably still in the dining room.
Okay.
But all of a sudden, there is it's less than a flash. It's almost as if something happened that stopped time and started it up again. Because David, as you've cleared the top landing, you're starting to move down the hallway. Mr. Wayland is suddenly standing in front of you. And he says, Professor Ross, you really can't do this. You'll upset the entire process. Please come back downstairs.
How did you?
How did I? What?
David is going to try and push past Mr. Wayland.
Yeah,
He
Henry's
seems
behind.
he seems quite strong. But he's like, gentlemen, why are you doing this? You're guests in my house. Is there something you need? Is there something you want to understand?
Yes, why don't you show us? Something's not right.
The walls are crumbling. The gardens are dead.
And he looks around and he says, what do you mean? What are you suggesting?
Everything's rotten, decayed. There's some kind of demon stalking these grounds.
What? He suddenly looks very confused all of a sudden. He says, what do you mean?
How do you not see it?
So if
he looks back around, he sees you guys on the stairs. He looks around and he says, well, perhaps it's just, Jeremiah is getting rather old. Perhaps he's just not done a great job dusting.
You, sir, are deceased, I will yell up at him.
When you say that, he looks at you quizzically and he's like, what? What do you mean?
Your body is in a mausoleum outside.
He looks very concerned. His daughter comes out of the dining room and she says, Father. And he's like, yes, Veronica. And she says, what's wrong? And he says, these gentlemen say that I'm deceased.
You passed away on June 1926.
Deceased, you say? But I feel like myself.
You're under the influence of magic, sir. This is all a facade.
Veronica, she's like, am I deceased?
Yes, ma'am. No, not pardon, I take that back.
There is once again a kind of flash, and Veronica is standing next to her father. So what do they mean, Father, that we're deceased? He says,
we gotta go up there.
I don't know, but it might explain a few things.
What kind of things?
Well, I was thinking earlier that my last attempt at the Abrameline operation, I don't remember much after that.
Did your wife attempt this operation as well?
Oh no, my wife was dead before that operation. I became interested in the occult because of my wife's passing.
It's like you've been both bound here. Like you're stuck in a loop.
Please, Mr. Wayland, let us see into that room.
My God. And he looks around the house and he says, it's all in shambles. And Veronica, you see her look around. She's like, oh my God, whatever has happened. You also don't hear any of the Lester Goodmans any longer. He's like, this doesn't make any sense. What's happened? How are we?
You've been, I don't know. You've been stuck here. You've got all these sigils of binding here. Whatever you've done, that book that you've been using, you don't think it worked, but something's happened. You're on like a perpetual
If
loop.
what you're saying is true, I've never read this kind of thing before. I don't understand. You're saying we're trapped here. How do we escape? He says, if this is all true and then none of this matters, please explore to your heart's content. Only find out what's happened to us.
Gladly. And David will follow the hallway.
Henry will follow right behind.
All right.
Maybe there's a way we could figure out how to release them.
So you go up, there are two doors on the right side, and there's one door on the left down at the end of the hallway. Waylon says to you as you walk towards it, that room on the left is my room.
Which room is for the preparation of the ritual?
The other two, but you won't be able to get in through this door. And he points to the closed door. It's been
Right.
sealed with beeswax.
Then we will go through the other door.
Well, is it?
It's chilly. You have to find some source of light for yourself. There are old candles and things around.
Do you happen to have a lighter, Henry?
Yes, I pull out the lighter I've been using to light my pipe.
And David will grab a couple of candles.
So you move past that front door, or the first door that he says you can't go through. The other two doors, you got right and left. Right, he said, is her room. Left is his room.
So
We'll go to his room first.
Okay. So you go to his room and the door opens. There is no problem opening the door. The room is very well appointed for a gentleman. It is dusty and dirty. There is an odd-looking sort of ritualistic box hanging on the wall. It's about a big, a tall, about that thick. It has symbols written on it. Dr. Manfred, you can do probably don't have this language, but you probably recognize it. You think that it's Hebrew.
oh, I have Hebrew.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Professor
Oh,
Voss
okay.
should take a look.
Yep, I have 55 in Hebrew.
Okay. It's the kind of thing that you would see in a synagogue, and most likely it contains a scroll of the Torah, the way you would see in a synagogue. There are also multiple copies of religious texts, Buddhist texts, Christian texts, Jewish texts, and Muslim texts all over the place. There is also a journal that is sitting on the desk.
Well, if you'd like to read through those Hebrew texts, I can peruse this journal.
Very good.
Well, if you look at the scrolls, they are in fact just the Old Testament, the first 5 books of the Bible, where they would use them in church, in synagogue. Nothing special about them.
Got it.
Henry, you said you're going to go look at the journal on the table. All right, you pick up his journal, and this is what you find.
Passages from Augustus Wayland's journal, November 1924. Today, my preparations are finished. I now begin the Abrameline operation that will reveal the truth of things. I know what I will ask. Proof of the divine. May 1925, 6 months in. It is amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions, albeit wearing a different face and bearing a different name. The Malachim are God's messengers, part of a heavenly hierarchy, and have no physical form, although Maimonides proposed they are metaphorical representations of the laws of nature and universal principles. The Malaika are messengers and agents of God's will, also part of a celestial hierarchy, and their forms are incomprehensible. Even in dreams, they manifest in different forms. The various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into the 9 choirs and describes them as being forever incorporeal, although the seraphim are also described as 6-winged and many-eyed. The cherubim as 4-faced, having faces of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones as burning wheels rimmed with eyes, etc. Protestantism describes them as genderless and invisible messengers and agents of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporeal. I wonder exactly how I will describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. The uncreated light. I wonder this every day. The last entry. May 1926. At midnight tonight, 18 months will have elapsed in their entirety. I have purified my soul and reached the culmination of the operation. Tomorrow, I begin the final stage. I shall summon and meet my guardian angel. I shall ask him to grant me the knowledge that I most desire. After my original failure and time wasted, I have survived. Now, the reward. The next time I write here will confirm my success or my failure. I hope for the former.
And there are no other entries.
I suppose that this would infer that he was not successful.
It's written in May, correct?
That's right.
The month before his apparent death.
I believe so, yes.
Well,
The room otherwise just contains what you'd expect a gentleman's room to contain. Old rotting clothing, moth-eaten now because it's been here for years.
We've got to be able to get into that other room. He said sealed with beeswax. I mean, that can't be too hard.
Well, Wayland told you can go in through the door right across from where you are now, but not through the other door.
yeah, it seems we can get to
Okay.
the ritual room through the daughter's room.
Got it. Shall we call the others up?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
they've managed to go past Wayland now because he's now letting you do whatever you want.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, gentlemen, it's time we finally get to the bottom of this mystery, huh?
I need to know.
You cross the hall and open up the door. This was probably a ladies' room, although a room for ladies, Veronica's room. However, it's been kind of stripped down. It's very Spartan. There are no paintings or anything like that on the walls. There are no lace curtains or anything like that. There is a bed. There is a wardrobe that contains white linen robes. And there is a bookshelf with more books, most of them very similar to Auguste's room, religious books, religious texts. Across from that, well, not across, but towards that other bedroom, it's very interesting. There is a petition that has been placed up on the floor through an arched door with no doors on it leading into that room. This petition is only about 4 inches high, and it is obviously put there because in the other room on the floor is sand. The sand goes wall to wall through that entire room, and this little petition just keeps it from coming into this room. In the center of the room is an altar that's been created by whatever. Probably you recognize some of the details from the Abrameline operation we were looking. There are a number of things on the altar. There are, if you read a little bit from the operation, it should be open on the other side so that certain sacred objects and things could be stored underneath it. There is also a beautiful, looks almost arabesque lantern lamp hanging from the ceiling directly over the altar. It is, of course, not lit. And there is a bit of dust on things that you can see even from where you are. There is also in the room that you are in, the bedroom, there is also a journal, very similar in appearance on the outside to Auguste's, as if that's also part of the ritual in some way. They keep track of it. What would you like to do?
Are there any lion statues in the room?
There are not. There are no statues or decorations of any kind.
Well, should we go in?
Yes,
Yes, and
I believe we should.
Okay, so you've stepped into the bedroom part.
Guess Carter goes over and looks at the journal.
Okay. You look at the journal. It is laid out very similar to the way August laid out his journal, except that it is obviously in somebody else's handwriting, which would be Veronica's handwriting.
Before Veronica began the Abrameline operation, June 1926. I have said before, I do not believe my father died of a heart attack. His health and fitness were perfect. It was an important part of it. My father was murdered. I am certain of this, but I need proof. The only evidence I have is the 15th century early New High German text he followed. It should have been the most accurate, but it could have been altered. That must be it. Lester Goodman sold him the book and lamp. Who is he? Why would he want my father dead? The only way to find out for sure is to follow in my father's footsteps. But when the moment comes, I shall trap the being that did this to him. I am confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the occult arts by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it imprisoned to show others. Demons can be contained. Not sure I can get the authorities to believe me except by showing me Goodman's treachery. I will draw the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the evil spirit. Sigils created from Saturn's Camilla will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison it cannot escape. Should the need arise, these may be brought together around the spirit to banish it, akin to tightening a noose around its neck until it has no direction left in which to flee but back to the invisible world from whence it came. Barrier, bind, obstacle, prison. These words will hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of the Garden of Eden guard this house and prevent any spirit from leaving. Last entry, December 1927, midnight. 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and I follow in my father's footsteps, ultimately to my grave, I hope that someone might one day read this and succeed in bringing succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the thing that comes reveal who caused my father's death. I will torture the truth from it. May the fruit of any victory the spirit may attain prove to be the Saturnine Chalice indeed. So if this is true, if I understand it correctly, Veronica was trying to imprison a demon she suspected killed her father.
It seems that way.
Then who is this demon?
I'm not sure.
I mean, she seems to imply that Lester Goodman is, but he's no longer here, right?
Who can say?
Nor is
But-
Professor Zenison. Let's wait for just a moment for him to get back. We're getting close.
And Keeper,
Roy.
just to confirm, is there anywhere in the house we are aware of that we have not yet searched where there might be a lion statue? The place that occurs to me is the servants' quarters.
Or the other side of the altar where you would store things.
Let's see. There was one in the parlor which was facing the front.
Just hold on for a second because let's wait until he comes back. So I'm going to have to cut all this out.
Oh, and there he is.
Okay, discuss that again.
So
Go ahead,
sorry.
David.
There was the statue of man in the parlor facing out of the house. That's either north or south.
That would have been facing south.
Okay. So if that's south, then north would be either the servants' quarters or the kitchen. That's where the lion would be. The ox was, I believe, to the
That was
west.
on the
because-
west. Right.
Yep. And that means the eagle is to the east. So the
Correct.
lion would be north.
But what's stuck in there?
All right.
The woman that seems to be Augustus' wife, she was going all around the place. She was outside, inside.
She was never in the. No, she was in the house.
Well, that text implies that if we take the symbols and
Bring them together.
bring them together around her, then she will, or it, whatever it is, will go back to whence it came. But we still need to find that last
I don't
item.
know if we could lift the statues. They are made of lead. They're
Yeah.
quite heavy.
We can still try, I suppose, but Carter will just step into the room with the sand over the partition
Okay.
and just look into on the other side of the altar to see if there is anything there.
All right. Carter, there is about a 3-inch layer of sand on the ground everywhere, wall to wall. You start to move around the altar and you realize there is something on the other side of the altar. Takes you a moment. Do a sanity roll.
Uh-oh.
Pass.
All right. You're going to take just 2 points of damage. You've seen so many weird things already. You start to walk around the altar. You suddenly stop in your tracks as everybody sees you do this. On the other side of the altar is what is left of Veronica. She, at this point, is a desiccated corpse, but she is propped up because, if you recall from the ritual, she was supposed to have a long piece of wood sharpened at one end. She has turned it backwards, propped it against the base of the altar, and she has thrown herself onto its point, killing her. It looks like it went right through her heart. So her corpse is sort of curled up and hanging there, propped up against the altar. The skin of her face pulled back and her teeth showing.
Carter just, oh my, covers his mouth and steps back. She's there, dead, Veronica, and starts stumbling back towards everybody else.
Dear God.
What killed her?
The stick. I don't know if she impaled herself or something else did, but it was the stick. You said that was in the ritual.
Yeah, I didn't read anything about that being used as a weapon. Would I have?
No. In fact, the only thing that you read was it's used to write things in the sand.
She in the journal, she was saying that she thought that that her father was murdered. So perhaps, maybe whatever they're summoning is just killing them. I don't know.
Well,
Or they're doing it in a wrong way, like she said, that she accused perhaps Lester intentionally mistranslating or altering the text so that it goes wrong. Maybe, perhaps what they're summoning is not an angel, but something worse.
Well, I think we're all agreed that we have to find the other statue, and then we can determine our next steps once we've identified where it is.
As you guys are in here discussing it, Wayland and Veronica, Augustus and Veronica, they cautiously step through her bedroom door into the room. They're looking around, and he says, "It's all for nothing. What's happened? We've lost."
What? Tell me what
Have
you
you
remember.
determined why we're trapped here?
Not quite. And anything that you could tell us that you remember from when you've attempted these rituals would be
I believe
I-
I have a working theory on why they are still here. If these sigils and statues trap spirits within so that they cannot escape, I believe it backfired on your very souls. I would not suggest you look on that side of the altar, but your daughter's body is impaled upon the
I want to see, Father. And she moves forward. And when she, of course, just brushes forward and she sees it, she's like, We are dead, Father. We are dead. We're trapped here. And she turns to you and she says, and you say there's some sort of demon here?
I think so. Yeah.
Trapped. Something, probably tell her a little about the journal.
Sure.
Something that I did has trapped us all here. But the demon is trapped here as well. There's only one solution to this. We have to drive the demon back to hell. And that will allow us to be freed.
Yes.
Where is the last sigil? Do you remember?
I can't remember. I don't know. And she goes over to her bookshelf and she pulls down a book. She says, this is the key of Solomon. It's considered some of the most ancient magic. If we draw this symbol, and she shows it to you in the page, it looks rather complex. She says, not the entire thing, but this part here, it's like a circle with a triangle in it, with the name of God written around it. We should be able to pull the demon into it and then send it back to hell. And then once that's done, we should be able to leave. We should all, at least we should be able to move on to our just reward. We have to get rid of the demon first.
Yes.
You explain it so simply.
Well, it's old magic.
And
But if something's trapped us here, then the old magic should still work.
So do we still need to find the fourth sigil? The statue and place it just...
I don't know. I don't remember any of that. But here's the symbol we need to draw. We need a flat place. I know the cement between the two residences. That's a large, flat, blank area.
all right.
And I have chalk. She goes back into the bedroom and she pulls in and opens the drawer and pulls out some chalk. We should be able to draw it with this, but she says, if it's a real demon, it's very dangerous.
Yes. Right. Let us find the statues, gather them at the concrete, draw the sigil, and send this thing back to hell.
From what I understand, yeah, if we summon the demon into one spot, if it's not girt by these statues, then
It'll be trapped by the sigil. I mean, the symbols on the floor themselves.
I see. Okay.
So you all mosey downstairs and you head towards the flat area between the houses. We'll have to move some of this storage stuff away from the walls. And she says to you, she raises a finger and she says, guard your thoughts. When she says that, you guys kind of know what she's talking about, i.e., don't think about the demon. But of course, that makes you think about the demon. And the second that happens, somewhere in the house, you're not exactly sure where, you hear a crashing noise. And she says, we have to do this quickly. She hands you guys the chalk.
Right. Let's get this over with.
She holds up the book for you. It's not complicated. It's a circle with a triangle, and it's got the tetragrammaton and the other various things around it. Who's going to draw it?
I'll lay it out.
I also have a drawing skill.
Oh,
Take that.
Okay. So you begin to draw it out. As soon as your chalk touches the ground and you begin to scribe the circle, there is a screeching noise from somewhere in the house and more damage sounding like it's being done. Something is moving through the house and heading in your guys' direction. What do you guys do?
keep drawing.
Mm-hmm. Can we lock the door? We were able to previously, but that may have been an illusion.
Yeah, you can probably lock the door. Yeah, I'd say you could. If you think that's going to stop it.
Well, I think slow it down. Slow it down.
Carter will help.
And you actually do
Manfred.
want to attract its attention. So
I think
Just for the hell of it, we'll close the door between us and it. And I would like to draw the same symbol that was obstacle on the door.
ooh, that's a
Okay.
good idea.
do you remember what it is? This is the most complicated of all of them.
One with the
Oh,
M.
wasn't it? Obstacle was the one with the eagle. It looked like a horse's head, like the chest piece of a knight. That's kind of what it looked like to me.
We'll say that's not much of a difficulty. You go ahead and do that.
As best I can remember, start with a circle, and as best I can remember, try to.
Okay.
Because I don't think we're going for barrier.
Henry, do a luck roll.
All right. That's a success.
Woo!
All right. You do that, and as you begin to, you're drawing the sigil on the door. You hear a crash. You can hear running feet moving in your direction, and all of a sudden, something smashes against the door right in front of you, sort of pulling you back from it. But for a moment, it hits the door and stops. Well, what are the rest of you guys doing? David, you're drawing.
Yeah, David's drawing.
Carter, Albert, and Manfred.
As fruitless as it probably is, Carter's pushing against the door to try and hold it.
Yep.
Okay, so you're there with Henry holding the door closed.
Yep, reinforcing the door.
All right, so you guys are, 3 people are too many to reinforce the door, but 2 people are okay. Manfred's there, ready to help. David continues to draw. He's completed the circle, and as he completes the circle, I'm sorry, Albert, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm actually just waiting for this thing to come through the door and react.
All right, so you guys are waiting there in anticipation. Something is kicking and screaming on the other side of the door, and suddenly the door splinters and 2 large clawed, blue-skinned things come through the hands come through the door. I would like Henry and Manfred to do dodge rolls.
Oh.
I will spend 6 luck to make that happen.
Okay.
I
How'd you do,
failed.
Henry? Okay. You gonna spend any luck?
It'd have to be. I don't think I have enough luck for that. Let me see.
Okay. So the hand comes out, it slashes towards Manfred, but you pull away fast enough. Henry, the claws grab a hold of your, they hit you right in the middle of the chest, and they try to grip down. And as they do sink into your flesh. You can feel it. It hurts like hell. The hand is icy cold as it's touching you. You're going to take 2 points of damage.
Manfred.
Albert and Carter, what do you guys do?
Yeah, I'm gonna rush up to Henry and try to pull out my pocket knife and cut the hand that is holding him.
Yeah, my thought was to run up to Henry and try to pull him off of it.
Okay, so Carter, you're going to try to pull him off. Albert, you're going to try to cut.
Yeah.
Both of you can do a dexterity bonus.
Hard success.
Oh no, that's a fail.
Okay. Carter, you managed to pull Henry away. Albert, as you reach to cut with the knife, you're sort of barreled over by Carter and Henry moving away. The creature then pulls her hands like this and begins tearing the door apart. it sticks its face through the hole, and it hisses with its gigantic fangs, like a baboon's fangs.
Have we got?
It screeches.
Do we have like pieces of chalk, like you'd write on a chalkboard, or are we using like dust?
No, they're like you write on a chalkboard.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, she's tearing open the door. David, you are getting closer. You're starting
Yep.
on the triangle on the texts. Go around it.
Mhm.
What are the rest of you doing?
Is there something heavy nearby?
There are lots of things in here. Furniture. You tell me what's in here. There's lots of things. Maybe in kitchen kitchen things too.
Sure.
If there's like a kitchen chair, I'd like to pick it up and smash it over her face.
Okay. Go ahead and do a brawl roll.
Okay. Find it. Yeah, I'll spend the 12 luck to hit
Okay.
her in the face.
You pull that chair up and you smash it against where she's clawing her way through. Your chair shatters as it hits her. Pieces of the chair crumble to the floor. It makes a lot of noise. She doesn't react much. She just continues tearing through and clawing at the door. She's pretty much almost through the door. She's about to climb through the hole in the door. David, do a dexterity roll.
All right. This is a 50-50 shot of failure or success. And that is triple, and that is 007.
Okay. You
I nearly said 000.
you're seconds from completing the entire thing. As she bursts through the door, she runs towards you all with her claws out, her fangs glowing. What are you all trying to do?
If
Back
David,
away.
Henry, you're bleeding. Yeah.
yeah, I'm bleeding. But if David is stopped from finishing this symbol, Henry will try to do the last bit if he's like knocked away or something.
Okay. No, he's doing okay. He'll in just another stroke. He'll be
In the
done.
name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, please protect me from this demon. Please protect me from this demon.
Say that out loud. Excellent. When David says that as he's finishing the circle, it's like everything in the house for just a moment vibrates. The demon suddenly goes from rushing forward to turning away and grabbing at things as it is now suddenly being dragged towards the circle. It falls down on its hands and knees. It sinks its claws into the cement, and it's still being drawn. It's tearing the cement as it goes. And then there's a moment when it suddenly almost does a backflip in the air, and it's riveted into the center of that circle. Veronica and Wayland both come in, and they're chanting something and making symbols with their hands. And as they do this, you see the demon curl up and scream, and it begins to have greenish flames all around it. And they continue saying the prayer, and the thing begins screaming in agony, and then suddenly it turns to ash, and it seems to be sucked through a hole in the floor, which immediately it suddenly vanishes. And there is a sound like a little bits of the house sort of falling apart. And in that moment of relief and freedom from this horror that's in front of you, Veronica and Wayland are still standing there, and they're like, that should have worked. We're still here. And they look around bewildered. We're stuck in this dilapidated house. How do we get out? You've saved the world from that demon thing, but how do we escape now?
Well, I think in your journal, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think in your journal, these symbols that you carved bound everything in the house. If I understood it correctly.
Waylon's like, I don't understand what you mean. And he goes towards the one of the windows to the outside. And as he sort of reaches up towards the window, the light disappears and it suddenly hits a brick wall. And he puts his hand against the brick wall. I don't understand. How do we're stuck here. How do we get out?
Geez, I think they used those statues and they trapped themselves in.
Was there a symbol of some kind to summon this guardian angel that the book spoke of?
I don't know.
Can we destroy the sigils? Can we take them out of the house?
Yeah.
If we even take one out, would that?
Yep, let's try and move one of the statues, all of us.
Get the one that says prison. Well, isn't that the bust?
Yes.
We can push it out the window.
All right, let's do that.
Right. So you head back into where the statue is. You go back through the kitchen, back down the hallway, back to where the statue is. And what are you going to try to do?
We're going to try and push it out of the window it's facing, I think.
Okay.
Just to get it out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
You put your hands on it. It's very heavy. You push it forward. It hits the glass of the window, and the glass becomes brick.
Can we get out?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
David,
try to
we
lead
go
them
for the front door.
You go to the front door. You open the front door, and it's brick.
Dear God.
What if we defaced the sigils?
It's lead. Can we melt it?
Can I roll sanity?
Sure, you can all roll sanity.
You can always roll sanity.
Yay, I passed.
Yay, for what it's worth.
All right, good. That was a good moment to get a 000. That's a 100.
All right, yeah, you can do a 1d8, David, because you got a 000.
Oh boy, that's 8 out of the. That's 13 points lost today.
Okay, you rolled 8.
Yep, 8.
Roll another 8. Roll an 8-sided dice for me.
4.
All right. You're standing there and terrified, and suddenly you can't hear. Sound suddenly is everything's gone deaf for you. Not for everybody else, but just for you. Everybody else, did you roll sanity? What'd you guys get? Pass or fail?
Fail.
Okay.
Or pass.
So I'm sorry, Carter, did you say pass?
Yeah, pass. Sorry.
Okay. So you suddenly notice David, he's doing this, trying to hear, and he can't hear anything.
After a bit, David just gets on his knees and starts praying.
What you want to do, Albert? You had a suggestion?
Yeah, I suggest maybe. Do you think defacing the sigils would work, or maybe even melt them down? I think somebody had suggested that.
Lead has a low melting point. It wouldn't be.
It does, but you don't have anything to melt them with.
Right.
Could we burn?
We've got tools. We can try to deface it.
Lead's also very soft, so.
Yeah, I would say let's try that.
Okay. What do you want to?
Is there a
wanted to face
fireplace
them.
poker?
There is. All right, you're going to use that.
Yeah.
You bring the fireplace out poker up to the statue where the sigil is, and you begin scratching at it. And without too much difficulty, you begin to deface it. It begins to easily, be damaged. And when that happens, everything shakes just a little bit like an earthquake. And then it stops, and you're still trapped, but that definitely did something.
One down.
Yeah, due to the rest.
We don't know where the fourth one is, do we?
Probably in the servants' quarter, though.
Yeah.
It's the only place we haven't looked.
That would be the northmost point of the house.
Exactly.
Right? So what next?
The library and the eagle.
Okay. You run into the library and the eagle, you deface it. Once again, everything shakes, but a little bit more violently. Dust settles, comes down from the ceiling and things like that. Next.
The next one was in the dining room. Is that right?
Dining room
The
on the
collapse
mantle.
on us.
Oh, you run to the dining room, you deface the bull or the oxen, and once again, this time, quite a bit more violently comes the shaking. The building creaks and groans a bit.
Okay, hold on. We might be bringing this house down on top of us. I don't know what else we can do.
It's not quite shaking that much, but yeah.
Okay.
Sure, the servants' quarters have windows or a door or something in case
Sure.
if this works, we can get out of there.
You're pretty sure you saw, doors leading outside from
Right.
there. All right. You go back through the room where the circle is drawn on the floor. You head up the little stairs and you go into what is a small servants' quarters. There's restroom, there's a living room, there's bedrooms, obviously, that are there, a bedroom that's in there. But on their mantle, above their fireplace, which everything, of course, in here is dilapidated, it's all damaged. Do a spot hidden though as you come in here.
Success.
Hard.
Right.
Success.
Those of you who succeeded, you come into the room, you can see there is a lion on the mantelpiece, but when you take a couple steps forward, you realize that lying on the floor in the middle of the room is Jeremiah and Rosemary. Rosemary has her arms around him. They're both desiccated, but Jeremiah has apparently torn his own eyes out, and she has stabbed herself with a butcher knife. They've been dead a long time, laying there on the floor. All right, heading for the lion. You run over to the lion, you deface it. There's a vibration in the air, and everything shakes for just a moment, and then everything goes quiet. And wherever you saw bricks in place of windows, they suddenly vanish. And they're windows again, old, dilapidated. You can see out the windows, the yard is in terrible shape, hasn't been taken care of for years. And everything seems to be, coated in a small layer of dust. And then you start to hear a noise. At first, it's like tinnitus, like ringing in your ears. It's very, very subtle at first, but it begins to build and become a little bit uncomfortable. Something in the house, which does look like it's about to fall apart, is upstairs and moving. But it doesn't sound clunky. It sounds like something's moving. What do you guys want to do?
We shouldn't stick around to find out. If we can get out of here, we should get out.
Is there a door to the outside in this room?
There is.
Yeah,
Going out.
I'm assuming David can't hear still, and he's still praying
Correct.
in front of the front door. So as soon as he
Wait,
sees them,
you can hear the tinnitus sound. It's
All right.
penetrating. Something is in your head.
but the bricks that were the front door are gone now.
Correct.
So David
You
just
can exit
bolts
the
out of
house.
the house.
Also, outside, it is not snowing. There is no snow on the ground.
So yeah, David
So
just
are you going out through the
gets
back
out of the
door?
house.
I don't know if I want to meet my guardian angel.
Yeah, I think we want to flee.
You leave through the back door, and as you do this, you hear cracking and crumbling, and you look up towards the cupola of the house, the little thing on the top. There is bright light shining from that spot. The house begins to tear itself apart, almost as if the house were exploding in slow motion. The pieces of it are slowly moving away from it and floating in the air like anti-gravity, like it's all in some sort of slow motion. And this light where the cupola is gets extremely bright. What are you guys going to do?
Try to get to a safe distance.
Yes.
Okay.
Leaving.
Running away.
David is gonna get out his sketchbook and start drawing what he's seeing. The house exploding, the bright light, just all of it.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
get to like the tree line, just in case these pieces start to go full speed.
Okay. So David oddly is standing there watching. Any of the rest of you watching?
I think once I get to
Nope.
the tree line, like, and can hide behind a tree or something, I would probably
Okay.
turn around.
How about the rest of you? Same thing?
Nope,
Yeah,
going as
I
far
think
as
so.
I can.
All right.
I would pause and look back.
Okay.
Yeah, David can't hear. All he
Nice.
can do is see. So
As you look back, those of you who look back, let's do when you first, something is manifested itself above the house. In your mind, it is almost impossible to describe. It is wings and eyes and circles, and it's a blinding light. It shines down at you, and it begins moving in your direction. It looks kind of like this.
whoa.
And a voice comes out from it that sounds like distant thunder and like ocean waves as it moves towards you. And it says, "You have freed me. You have released me from my captivity. Now, what will you ask of me? Do you wish to see the face of God?" All of you can hear this, though those of you who are running away, it's up to you whether you look back and see it.
Carter probably would.
If you look back and see it, you're almost riveted by this thing. It's beautiful, spectacular, sparkling rainbows of light coming from it. What do you guys do?
Who trapped you here? Why are you held captive?
I will not answer your questions. Tell me, do you wish proof? Do you wish to see God?
I'm not ready.
No.
Any of you?
Albert will say yes.
And David starts nodding.
Yes.
Okay. But Manfred and Carter and Henry, no?
No.
All right. As you guys are standing there for a moment, light shines out from this thing. David and Albert start to glow. They become bright, and it's almost as if wings come from them and light comes from them. And after a few moments, they are like balls of light. And in that moment, they and the thing shoot into the sky like rockets, and they are gone. All of the rest of you have a sense of horrible longing, but it's gone. And you guys are outside, and you guys are left behind. Those of you who are left behind, what do you do? The house now collapses in disaster.
Try to find some gasoline.
Yep.
When the three of you return to the car, gas tank is full.
What?
You attempt to start the car, starts right up. The two of your friends are gone.
What do we do?
Leave. I don't care where we go, just leave.
For now, drive.
So the three of you drive off, probably heading to that conference that you still want to
Ottawa.
David and Albert, the angel, or whatever it is, converts your souls into pure energy. You fly up into the sky. For a moment, you can see Earth falling behind you. You can see the stars closing around you. And after a moment, you hear a strange piping noise, and you are suddenly floating around the face of God, Azathoth. And your minds freak, they break, and you end up joining the celestial choir around Azathoth, screaming in terror forever. And that's the way your story ends, and that's the way all of our stories end in this. And that's the end of Saturnine Chalice. Now you probably want to know what the hell was going on.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
All right. This is a game of deceptions, but as I put this together, it'll start to make sense. Lester Goodman. It's always hard to figure out where to start. Most of the story that you heard was true. Augustus attempted the Abrameline operation, which, by the way, is a real book. It's a real thing. He attempted it the first time and he failed, or he thought that he failed, because it said 6 months instead of 18 months. And so he figured that was wrong. He wanted to find a better copy. And he searched, he sent out missives to try to find people who would know where it is or what they could find. Well, in Boston at the time was Lester Goodman. Lester Goodman is an avatar of Nyarlathotep. And when he saw this, he thought, oh, we can have some fun here. So he, of course, procured a absolutely perfect copy of the Abrameline operation. But he gave August Wayland a lamp, which was the lamp hanging over the altar, knowing that every night as he was saying his prayers, he would light the lamp. The lamp was a chaos beacon, and it was set for 18 months by Nyarlathotep's playing around. So on the final night, when August Wayland lit the lamp, he summoned a formless one of the, what is it called? The things that dance around Azathoth.
One of the pipers.
One of the pipers.
Servitors, yeah.
Yeah. It appeared, and it was very confused. Why did you summon me? And he said, I want to see the face of God. I want to know that God exists. And the thing said, okay. And it did to him what it more or less did to David and Albert, but it left his body behind. He died. And right now, Albert and David have his company because he's also there screaming forever around Azathoth. Veronica had been away because she was also studying at Miskatonic, and she had been doing all of that. She lost communication with her father all of a sudden, so she returned home. While she was on her way home, however, the servants also returned home. And when they got there, they walked in on this avatar, this angel, this thing. The thing, well, I'm sorry, I'm way beyond myself. Sorry, that's not what happened yet. Okay, so Veronica comes back. She realizes her father was killed, and she thinks that Lester Goodman must have done something. She thinks it's to the text. She doesn't think it has anything to do with the lamp. So she performs the same ritual again, using the same lamp. So when she completes it, the same thing happens. The avatar appears, and instead of wanting to see the face of God, she wants to know what happened with her father, and it doesn't really want to answer. So she tortures it. She tries to torture it. She's already set up the sigils to trap it there. It finds itself as trapped. It reaches into her mind and it begins to drain her memories out. And when she realizes that that's what it's doing, which it was doing with you, it didn't know anything about the German language, but you started speaking German and I had you do a POW roll. It was pulling that information out of your mind. Once she realized that's what it was doing, she killed herself. She threw herself onto the thing so that it couldn't figure out how the sigils played in the whole thing. So it died. When the servants came back after that, the creature tortured them. Unfortunately, they didn't know anything about it. So they ended up dying. He drove Jeremiah mad. He tore out his own eyes. She killed herself. So the thing sat there and it was like, well, what the hell am I going to do? I'm trapped in this house and I don't know how to get out. So it's been waiting and waiting and waiting for anybody to come along that damn road. So when you came down the road, it thought, okay, I'm going to try it with these guys. It made you think that your gasoline had run out, but it hadn't. It was an illusion. It could create very convincing illusions. And it had thought about it for a long time. The problem is, and this is kind of fun when you're playing this, the problem is, except what it could extract from Veronica and Waylon too, it didn't understand things. So when you walked into the front room and you saw the chandelier that wasn't actually attached, it didn't understand that that's not the way that it worked. So the light worked. When you asked Rosemary for alcohol, it had no concept of what you were talking about. And there were other things. You asked for aspirin, had no idea. So it kept trying to avoid them. You know, I'll go look and see if there is such a thing. But it's all there that it really didn't understand. All it wanted to do was get freed. So it created this elaborate pantomime, figuring that if they think they're doing something good, freeing the ghosts, which there were no ghosts, there were no demons, there was nothing. It was all that thing just fucking around with you guys. And you finally freed it and it went back and destroyed it. If none of you had decided to go with it, though, it would have gone to the nearest city and destroyed the city in the process because it was really pissed off.
Hey, it was a good thing Clovis said yes.
I feel like the thing that we've learned from this is when Henry hears the motor dying on his vehicle, he should just keep driving. Just keep driving that thing into the ground. It'll be fine.
Well, and I put in little things. I did confirm that you just got gasoline a half an hour ago in Lewis. And yet we all gloss things over as we're playing. We think, oh, okay, yeah, Tom just made some stupid mistake, or, you know, but the whole thing convinces you that there are ghosts. And then that's not it at all. Anyway, let me go ahead and do the finish up. We can talk. Let's see, where is it? Our players included Dan DePolis, Heinrich Moore, Tyler Hudak, Julian Arba, and Connor McLean, with yours truly as the keeper of the secrets. We have we are a new player friendly club. We are not a, sorry, that did sound funny. We are a new player friendly club. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members. You can set up private games, learn the fine arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good gaming.
I will not answer your questions. Tell me, do you wish proof? Do you wish to see God?